Welcome, everyone, to the 213th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 1st, 2018. I'm your host today, Rick Crammond, and we'll be joined, as we always are in these Knowledge Seekers Workshops, with Mr. Kesh of the Kesh Foundation, who will lead us through this workshop, and it promises to be another outstanding Knowledge Seekers Workshop, I believe. You have some really interesting things coming up. I don't want to ruin the surprise, and I think I'll let Mr. Kesh introduce what's coming up, but I'll give a hint, let's say. It has to do with the formation of the Universal Council, and the Universal Council Constitution will be discussed today, I believe. So, Mr. Kesh, would you like to introduce today's activities?
As usual, yes, thank you very much. As usual, good day to you wherever and whenever you listen to these teachings of knowledge seekers. As we always said, we teach each other, and we have managed to teach a lot of people while we are teaching each other and learning from each other. As Rick said, we set up a process of a national government of one nation in the shape of the Earth Council in August of last year, and in the constitution of the structure of the Keshe Foundation, we need to have outside what I call the Earth Council team, which are responsible for matters of daily life on this planet. We had to set up a structure as we are opening into the space that can respond and be responsible for man and be a between go between the Earth and the deep space travels. As you have been with us for past weeks, we are teaching more and more how for all of us to be able to be in touch, in depth, with what we call at the moment, due to lack of understanding of the work of the magnetic fields in the essence of plasma, zero time communication, where we transfer our emotion instantaneously. With setting up of the Universal Council, this communication becomes much easier. Then you don't need to look for the beacon is on Earth, and the members of the Universal Council are there to support. In so many ways, every member of the Universal Council stays a member till they decide to leave the planet and they move out. Because in coming time, we'll see many of the members of the councils will take what we call the wings of the space, and they'll travel into space. And that time, when they decide to take such a position, they hand over their position back to the council to find a replacement. And in that process, we've been waiting for months for the members of the council to come up with a charter, what they see themselves to be and how they see to operate. Do not forget, up to now, these jobs of guidance was set to one man, and we call them prophets. Now, hand over to the humanity as a whole. We become collectively the prophet of the present time, and we appoint or we accept people who are responsible for us. With this process, we don't have of different races, different religions, and different path of belief. We all work on the same way, and in a way, the messages which comes from the space or what they find, very much like those frontiers who went to Africa and South America and they found new things and they brought it back to us some past 300-400 years. The new frontier is a deep space, and through the Universal Council we receive what is needed, what can be done, what's the transfer through. The position of Universal Councils become very, very clear in the coming time when we open the space. Sorry about that, I have a very bad cold. I picked up a very bad cold in the past couple of days, and you have to bear with me and to apologize. As I said many times, that the only job which doesn't exist in reality is like a pilot or an air hostess. The job only exists if they go into a plane and take a flight. Underground, we don't need pilots and we don't need air hostesses. It's a non-existent job. The same way when the members of the Universal Council take from this planet off to travel the spaces of the universe, their job does not exist, only exists on this planet for the men and women of this planet and creatures of this planet. We have to realize one thing, as we understand more and more and the teachings of the what we call understanding of the soul of the man and the creatures of this planet opens up, as we see and feel each other, we start feeling, understanding the soul of the plants, the soul of the animals and the fish or whatever that could be, and other creatures in the universe. In that process, we need people who understand the dilemmas of being in the physicality of the body of the man, or in the physicality of this planet. The Universal Council is not an unusual process in the universe. It's one of the most common denominator factors. That's why it was set up. In the time when man accepts World Peace Treaty as one nation, one planet, and puts down arms and the fighting, and the process of eating anything he comes across like a little baby walking on the hands and knees. As it comes to a ping pong ball, he tries to put it in his mouth. He sees a marble, he puts it in his mouth. And he sees an egg, he puts it in his mouth. And if he sees a sweetie, he puts it in his mouth. Because that's what he's learned. And in the process, as he grows up and matures, he knows he can't put a ping pong ball in his mouth. Marble is no go. And everything else needs to be thought before you put it in your mouth. And I don't put anything till mama gives me. So, in a way, we're becoming mother of ourselves. In the space, we don't put nothing in our mouth. It means we respect every creature in the universe. What we see is not for eating. And especially, there is no sign on it which says, eat as much as you like, it's free. We have to understand the process of the work of the universe to be able to take ourselves in the spans of the universe. We have to come to understand what it means to be a member of universal community. In the past few days, as I moved from one continent to another, and I moved from one nation to another in the past couple of 3, 4, 5 weeks, traveling and expanding, trying to create the conditions for the World Peace Treaty, it was very strange. Walking down the street in one nation, it came to me very strange. How am I going to reach all these people with all the traditions they have? And I moved to another country and I saw the same. I said, my God, they don't even speak each other's language. How can we do except the solution of the soul of the man? If we wait to teach everybody to get them to university, to the college, that they get to know about the work of the soul, we have a long way to come. Maybe another generation of the human race to be born all together who understands, it'll be easier. But with the process we have to learn a way that we can reach every man at the same time, which is through the soul of the man. In a way, if you look at it, if you've been in a car and there is an accident, all the cars come out, especially if you're in Europe, and it tells you there is an accident. Do not go such a place. We have to find a frequency that it reaches all of us. We are aware of everything. The reality is, if we manage to create a system that physically can inform all of us that there's an accident ahead, that it opens everyone's radio channel at the same time, man should be able to find the same with the soul of the man. Where in that position we communicate. We become aware of. There's a meteorite on its way. We can't get a system to be here, but we can allow everybody to know that they can convert into the soul of physicality, into the soul of existence, and then take and wait for the consequence of it happens. Am I going to manifest myself on Earth the same it was, or if the condition of the Earth changes through the heating of the meteorite, the Earth, I can take into the dimension of the space and manifest myself somewhere else. People have not even realized the level of teaching which is about to come and what things will have in store for mankind or any other animals or being on this planet and beyond. There is a lot to learn yet, but in that process, structures has to be set up gradually that can, in a way, look after. There is no governing, Nobody governs no one anymore. But in a way to be there as what we call Samaritans, as a Red Cross, as there to inform us, to allow us to understand the position of the what is about to come, or what it needs to be done, or what is for us as a race to use the Universal Council members the same as what we called the school of the fish. What it comes to them, they can alert the rest of humanity. What it needs to be done, they can bring about through the soul of the man. This way, we don't need to wait till the man in Amazon will come to understand the English, and then he understands everything else. If you would have listened to all the teachings from the beginning of the teaching some years ago, I always referred to one word, and some people always puzzled how it is and what it is. And I spoke always about one thing, and I said, how do the babies speak to each other in the womb of their mother? How do the children who have not learned language know the position of each other when you put them together? They speak in the language of the soul. And now we have in a way to go back to the beginning of our lives. We knew the language, we know the language. It's very much like, as I say, the best nano makers have been Chinese, they've been doing it, and we thought we are very clever. We have come across it, we discovered something new. It's the same way. We have to go back to the start of the time, to the womb of the mother, but with the knowledge of the man. In a way, we all know how to communicate with each other's soul. And in so many ways, we have to be able, now that we are started on that track, to be able to communicate with the rest of the universe. In that process, we need to understand each other. We have to be able to negotiate for peace between our soul of physicality and a soul of man, and then through it we'll find peace with the rest of the souls on this planet. And then the line of communication starts. As I said many times, to start the process, you have to put the structure in. And the final phase, one of the final phases of this structure is setting up the Charter of Universal Council that becomes the mandate for humanity, and thereon become one. Today is a tremendous day for all of us, 1st of April. And in so many ways, beginning of a new light, beginning of a new dawn. If you are in what I call certain parties, certain nations, you have different, beliefs in the 1st of March. I do apologize, I mentioned 1st of April. Today is very important for all of us, that the beginning of this cycle starts, and we can go ahead and start a new cycle for humanity. Do not forget, on this planet, in the Northern Hemisphere, we are entering the spring life for man. By the time the spring comes in less than 2 or 3 weeks time, we'll see the beginning of a new life for human race. If I could tell you even what is about to happen in the next 3 weeks, 3 weeks later you said that was impossible when the Universal Council was set. Now, with the setting of the Universal Council, and in them being able to manage to write the Charter for human race, the process starts. The countdown of peace starts from today. It starts in a way that you will see, and as will guide the Universal Council, the Earth Council and the core team, you will see them actively on front, very active. You've seen the members of the core team been supporting in the background for years, they are there. We've seen the Earth Council has been learning and finding their foot in the past few months, with releasing their, what was their mandate, that they would like to run as they see it. And now today we will receive the Earth Council, what we call their charter for to be laid out and openly be able to be adjusted according to the time. And this today is, as I said, is a glorious day for mankind. In time we'll remember 1st of March. It's the day when the peace process starts. I would like to invite the members of the Earth Council to give their support to the members of the Universal Council. The same with the core team. That we can guide human race into space. As I said, the time for man to go to space is 2018 starts. We could not go to space if we didn't have a charter. Charter for our souls. And now it's set. And now you understand the significance. We listen to the charter of the member of the councils. They've been at it for months, and now they have brought what I call the skeleton, the sketch of their work. And in a way, as I understand, they have made a presentation to celebrate mankind. 3 kinds: vegetation kind, animal kind, and a fish kind, and those in the space kind. That we all become one. And kindness becomes part of our work. To exist, to coexist in the dimension of understanding of the new space. And the new dimensions which we as a human race have given ourselves. Nobody has given this right to us. We have earned it in the path of thousands of years. We have paid heavily for it to learn it, and now time is to deliver it. It's a collective work with the majority of the languages, and in so many ways. As I said, those who have been doing more wrong than anything else, you would not be hearing today, because they are not there. Because man cannot become at peace if those who have been the main instigators are not there, and we can start a new process. In time, the members of the councils will join us when we all take into dimensions of peace. I would like to hand over everything to the background team who's been working hard day and night. I've been witnessing to a lot of work in past few days, making sure the charter is written and completed, and the celebration video which has been made by them. I step down till what I call the ceremony and celebration by the Earth Council and reading of the charter, which in time, like the what we've seen with the Earth Council, their documents will be translated and read in different languages. The job of the Universal Council is very easy, because they are here because of the language they speak. All they need to do is to translate it back to their own language and read it, that they inspire the soul of the mankind on this planet. I hand over everything to Rick and Flint and the whole of the Earth Council team, which they have planned how they want to celebrate the release of the charter. Rick, would you like to take over? And Flint, and I step down till it's completed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Very good.
Thank you very much.
And I think we can basically launch into the video that has been worked on very hard by a number of people. And I think maybe there's still some fine tuning left to go on it, but it's a beautiful video, and I think we have it ready to play. It's regarding the formation of the Universal Council. Are you ready with that one, Flint?
Yes, I'm just queuing it up here.
Okay. And we all owe Flint a big favor for this one.
Yeah, it was a lot of work getting it ready for today, but glad to do it. Hope you all like it.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that
we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. Carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of a president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but the star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
What can I say but wow, that was great. Well done, Flint, and all the members of the team that worked on that video to get that together in the last days especially. Days is the key word. That's where we're all in a daze from it.
It was a collaborative effort, yes.
Yes, well done. And Caroline and Mr. Keshe had a very big hand in that as well. And not to mention Vince, but Flint was the main point man, you might say, for the video.
Yeah,
So
happy to
much thanks is coming in from various points here in the chats and so on. People are very thankful for that video. I think it was quite moving. Okay, so let's move on to the reading of the Universal Council Charter. And let me get that up on the screen here.
May I say also, Rick?
Yes, I meant to bring you in here, Caroline, actually.
Thank you all for your beautiful contribution. You have really donated your time and your creativity and your solutions to this beautiful composition. And it is teamwork. It could have not been done without teamwork, ideas, and contributions from all over the place to make sure only the best could be served. and the beauties. I will guide you through the reading of the charter. Is that okay with you, Rick?
Yes, please do, Caroline.
Are you
And
ready?
I am ready. I am present.
I am present. I present you the Universal Council, united in peace, one planet, one nation, one race. The Universal Council Charter. The introduction. The Universal Council is here to serve each and every soul in the universe. This Charter for Humanity is recognizing all collective commitments of all souls on planet Earth and in the universes, and for all to be as equal. As the Universal Council journeys along this path of service, the Council guides to elevate all souls for them to bring peace on this planet and in their process of travel and existence in the universe as a whole. The Universal Council guarantees that souls who and which live or live on this planet will obey the rules of peaceful coexistence on Earth and beyond. And the only course from this point for all souls is to be in peace and in harmony at all times. This council is and will be the true reflection of the whole of humanity on Earth and in space. The expression of this essence is the unity of all beings in the path of serving all unconditionally. This charter provides a bridge among all men and all inhabitants of this planet and between humanity and the universal community. Through the beauty of the soul of diversity of the languages spoken on planet Earth, all souls are as equal and all are as creators as they are created in the image of the Creator. With this understanding, no, that's okay. I got confused in the layout of the document.
Isn't that okay, Caroline?
This is the last part of the, okay, yeah, I didn't see the layout. With this understanding, the Universal Council establishes this charter to guide the soul of mankind and all others, so that humanity knows how to conduct themselves in a peaceful manner and harmony with each other and with all other beings of the universes. Every being can receive and take from this document according to their needs and level of understanding. The soul of the Universal Council invites every soul to the Charter for Humanity to serve with love and peace for all creations of the Creator. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Caroline.
If I may introduce Marie.
Hello, this is Marie. I am Universal Council member for the Norwegian language. And I will read my contribution. Do you want me to read this, Caroline?
Yes, please.
Okay. Universal guidelines. Servitude is the essence of the soul. The essence through servitude and peace elevates and the collective soul of planet Earth, and this in turn radiates across universes. In its peaceful relationship with the planet and all living beings, humanity becomes aware of the essence of its entirety. A true human is a lover of all life, in every dimension and in every point in all the universes. Our service is through our soul, in the full understanding that serving is the way of elevating another soul in its path of its journey through the universe. Serving is an expression of the beauty and the essence of the soul of the universal existence. Serving is unconditional love to bring unity of all beings. The creation or entry of any soul in one cycle of creation is the seed of a new life and the beginning of a new cycle. The soul brings all beings into peace with the bond of love, trust, understanding, and compassion. All beings possess a soul, and a soul always seeks balance. The soul is loving and gives unconditionally. The soul is forgiving and records in its strength all events. The soul has the highest order of all strengths beyond all else and is everlasting according to totality spectrum of souls in the universe. And through experiencing all, the soul is aware of itself and the source of all that is good for itself and for all others. The soul is omniscient. The soul is sovereign of its own essence. All souls position themselves by their unique strength in the interaction to be in harmony with all and their surroundings. The soul exists through unconditional love and embraces all. The soul is the creator and protector of the soul of physicality and is the essence of creator of physicality. And in being so, the soul is the collaborator of the manifestation of physical life to offer the change of experiencing, if be, to participate in creation of a new cycle of life. The soul holds all treasures and wisdom within its spectrum of strength.
Thank you, Marie. Rui, please.
Hi, I'm Rui, Universal Council for Portuguese Language, and I give my reading now. The Universal Council. The responsibility of the Universal Council is to guarantee that each language on Earth and those of other essence of creation and from other positions in the universe which reside on Earth are represented as one Universal Council member, and all languages have the same rights, equal responsibility, value, and position in the Council. Each member represents the needs and wishes of the peoples and entities who speak their native language regardless of the geographical circumstances. Members of the Universal Council are here to support mankind and others on Earth and beyond to facilitate a peaceful, prosperous future for the human race and others for harmonious consistence on Earth and within the universal community. You can move, Rick, the page up. So
Thank
be
you.
some. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caroline, please.
Yes, this is Caroline speaking, Universal Council member for the German language. Universal Council mandate. The soul of the Universal Council member should shine like the light of the Creator, to be the source of light for other souls and radiate the light of the beauty of the Creator, and have and try to reach all attributes of the soul of the Creator. In time, creatures of the universe shall see the light of the soul of the man and not the physicality of the man. Members of the Universal Council are chosen by strength of their souls alone in serving the humanity and the universal community and never by others. The members of the council can't announce themselves as a member of the council unless it is announced and registered under the council's registrar panel. No member of the council can ever speak as themselves as being a member of the council to influence their opinion or words, as then, if they do so, at this point, immediately they lose their seat in the council and a new member can stand for the vacant position. The members of the council shall not be elected, but chosen by the soul of the man, for it to be able to serve the humanity. And as the soul of council members self-select themselves. The dedication of the soul of the council comes from service through giving from the soul, and not by talk or physical actions. No member of the council has the right or can or ever should be elected by giving their time, money, and effort on promoting oneself, as the others see the true soul of the man and his intentions. Those who try to show that they are better servants of humanity, they do not stand a chance to take a seat in the council. A Universal Council member cannot nominate a new council member. Otherwise, they lose their seat in the council. The Universal Council is here to serve those who live on Earth and in space with true intentions and not spoken words. Once in space and in due course, man will observe and feel other souls, and not its physicality and voice. Man in space will understand his true value, and this council becomes the true representation of the interest of the whole, of the souls, of the earth, both on earth and in space. There shall be no head of the council elected, as the souls, through their own position and serving the humanity, will find balance to create a balanced council. There shall be no voting as one sees the truth and feels the real intention of others. In the council, once one promotes a certain motion for it to establish as effective course for elevation of the souls or collective souls of the race of the planet, or do something for the good of the man, then the other souls will understand and support the motion of the presented case through their intention and support of the soul, and not by voting. The Universal Council is to be the bridge between humanity and the universal community. The Universal Council will be the contact point for all humans and other beings traveling in space or beings visiting planet Earth. The Universal Council is responsible for interaction with the universal community, conditions, interface, visitors for those already here. The Universal Council will be the interface between on how to share on Earth new technologies offered by the universal community through open source and free for all.
Thank you. Pete, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Peter. I'm a UC member for the Polish language. So we have a definition of key terms: soul of the physicality. In each entity's body, each cell of the body has a soul. All those souls... there is some scrolling. There we go, thank you. All those souls combined make the soul of physicality. Soul of the totality, the essence. This is the soul that is the creator of physicality of entities.
Thank you, Pete. This is the Universal Council members' contact, emails, and indication where you can address in your language. If you can move up, please, Rick. Thank you. Moshfak, please. Are you present, Moshfak?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't turn on my microphone.
Okay, thanks.
The Soul Teachings released by MT Keshe. Go back to the first paper published called the creation of black holes, where I say the black hole, even though is black, is the essence of life, creation, the controller of everything. Then the skin of the copper is that black hole which absorbs everything. But we know through it is one of the best supplier of energy. When you can release it as a GANs in the dimension of the state of the field of the environment, the state of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, in a simple way, has been shown through the nanocoating and the structure of the copper. If you trust to see a copper to become black, and then you create the GANs to take its fields, and then you understand in the process that we have shown, we can use these fields to create the matter in their interaction. Why don't you trust in your soul where you can do the same?
Thank you, Mosfeq. And this is the presentation of all the soul teachings of Mr. Keshe, selected by a lot of people to bring you exactly of what you would like to learn and understand about the soul. We will keep on adding as Mr. Keshe will be giving us more and more of this beautiful teaching.
Caroline, can you reposition your mic? You're a little faint.
Yes, okay. Is that better?
Much better.
Thank you. Thank you. Chao. Can I give you the first page and then announce the next Universal Council? Thank you. Chao, are you present?
We can try to unmute your microphone, Chao. Let me try that. It's always risky. I'm not able to unmute, actually.
He confirmed he's present. Maybe we can see if Paul Yatut can start this first page, please. Paul, are you able to have a clear line, please?
Hi.
It's not going to be so.
That might have been a no.
Jamila, are you present, please?
Hi, Caroline.
Who's speaking?
This is Paul.
Okay, Paul.
How is your connection, Paul?
Please, can I start?
Yep.
Okay, you sound quite clear there, so yes, please.
So I am Paul Yatut Magima, member of Universal Council for Mobile Language. So I will read what we have in first. Point below raised by member of the Universal during discussion and the writing of the Universal Charter. The points below have not been registered by preserve for the future reference and possible adding to the Charter in the future as the Council matures in its work and responsibilities. Collective thought and discussion.
Excuse me, Paul. Paul, can we get you to turn down the microphone in the background? We're getting an echo going. Or the speakers in the background, perhaps. There's an echo going on.
I will turn off. Off. Yeah, but now it's off.
Thank you. Yes,
now it's okay?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead.
Okay. Collective thought and discussion. The soul offers us to serve unconditionally in any dimension. The soul offers everything that the human beings can imagine and behind. The soul offers you peace, offers you love, you friendship. The soul sees your beauties. The soul hears your needs and knows your emotion. From the soul, wisdom flows from the higher source. Let us unite and peaceful. All souls position themselves by their unique strength in the interaction with each other and the environments. Let us elevate the soul of humanity to find the peace in themselves, to elevate their understanding so they become true servants and true lovers. Every children needs to be embraced with love and care and wisdom. Please, can you move the page?
Thank you, Paul. The next topic will be started by Jamila, please.
There was, I think, 2 lines left that didn't get covered there.
Okay.
Just
the moving of the.
Okay.
I couldn't
highlighted there.
Okay, thank you. The soul are immeasurably beautiful and correct. The soul have no boundary and they are all from one source.
Thank you, Paul.
Soul, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thanks God you had a quite stable line. Chao, are you available, please? Usually he comes out or he comes through easy. If not, is Dr. Guatwa present, please?
Caroline, if you need.
Who is?
Jamila.
Jamila. Okay, please, Jamila, go ahead.
So I start which line, please?
Yes, just on the top. The souls can manifest.
Okay, good morning. This is Jamila. I am a member of Arabic language. The soul can manifest themselves in versatile forms according to the fields and methods available in the environment. As a result, the recognition of a man is not from the physical appearance, but from the soul. A soul needs the interactions with others as well as the environment to understand the existence and unlimited power of itself. The souls are free to choose to separate from their physicality in order to start another journey with or without new physical manifestation. There is no death, but only transformation in the universe. Humanity learns from their experience with the guidance from the soul of enjoying the pleasure of being peaceful. The charter of the soul is physicality on the planet Earth, loving unconditionally, is giving unconditionally. Humanity and universe citizens are free to reside anywhere on planet Earth in full understanding of this Universe Council Charter and the Constitution received from the Earth Council. Humanity, through guidance and receiving knowledge about the position of the soul and the full knowledge, are the creator in the present physicality, will achieve peace, love, and freedom through known conditions from the present condition in the physicality. Humanity will acquire the freedom to contribute meaningfully to any place on the planet Earth, and this in respect of the rights, beliefs, and opinion of all citizens. The immeasurable gift for humanity is understanding the soul is the highest strength beyond anything else. The soul cannot be destructed or damaged. Let's end the suffering and anger and anger in the world. The soul creates all. The soul is aware of itself as the source of all goodness. The soul guides men on the path of love and happiness. Can you go up, please? Thank you. The soul guides men on the path of love and happiness. Humanity will acquire the freedom to contribute meaningfully to any place on the earth in respect of the right, beliefs, and opinion of others and all universal citizens. You will see how, and by wish and will, we can touch the law and bring the change equality in any nation without being politicians. Your power is so big.
Thank you, Jamila. Has Chachao managed to open his microphone?
Yes, Karina.
Hello, welcome, Chachao.
Yeah, and I will read the following part. This is Chao Shi from UC for the Mandarin language. To elevate the soul of those who struggle to find the peace in themselves. To elevate their understanding so they become true servants and true lovers. Every child needs to learn peaceful, and we embrace them with love and care and our wisdom or knowledge to guide them in the right direction. We will need constantly to share knowledge how to serve in beauty, create, and facilitate to improve the quality of life for the highest benefit of all beings, creatures, and entities. All beings can sustain themselves to the abundance of fields and matters in different strengths in the universe. no longer is destruction or consumption is needed. The souls of men are immutably beautiful and correct. The present illness in the physicality is a result through imbalance in the emotion. Reverse and rebalancing comes from and through full understanding of the correct conduct. Men learn from their experience with the guidance from the soul of enjoying the pleasure of being peaceful. Humanity had to receive all resources of education available to learn the path of beauty of the soul. See the beauty of your soul. Gain knowledge of the totality to beautify the way to serve. Conduct properly manifesting unity across all dimensions and the strength of the soul's attributes. Be present to serve wherever there is a need. Example, disaster situation, maintaining peace. Elevating beings in conflicts seek higher strengths to balance the weak. A true human and lover of all lives is in every dimension and strength as the soul manifests. As the soul manifests itself, recognize every soul to be part of one totality through service. The attributes of the Creator are the attributes of my soul. I elevate my soul by serving and giving.
Thank you, Chachao. Is Dr. Guata present, please?
Yes, I'm present, and my name is Gatua. I'm the UC Universal Council representative of Gikuyu language. The field strength dictates my position in respect to the other soul's field strength. Understanding my position, the stronger always gives to the weaker. The greatest achievement for humanity is to know one's own creator within, the source of that creator within one's self. The elevation of your soul is loving unconditionally, is giving unconditionally. The charter of the soul in physicality on planet Earth, loving unconditionally, is giving unconditionally. We don't have to be biological parent to take care of a child. Every child is a new soul created by Creator, and parents are facilitators with love, with creation. A woman who is pregnant will have all protection, and all her needs has to be met. Nutritional value for the soul, the mind, and the physicality of both. All children will be treated with unconditional love. There is no conditional love under any circumstances. A child grows with the essence of her or his own soul, not the essence of the parent's soul. The parents only guiding what is already there, which is the child's own essence. There is no gender difference in New Era. Boys and girls are created by the same Creator, so they are treated and welcomed equally. Now, with the present time, with the birth of each child, we have the opportunity to teach them the essential of peaceful life on planet Earth and in all universes.
Thank you, Dr. Guata.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you. We are coming to the part that each member has done his own contribution to be able to create the charter and all above. But these are the parts of their personal input which they will love to share with you. Chao, can you start, please?
Yeah, I will read some of my writings. Understanding of the soul. The soul has the highest strength beyond anything else. It cannot be distracted or damaged. The everlasting soul creates all, and through experiencing them, the soul is aware of itself as the source of all goodness. The soul is omniscient, since it is the first and the last, and the one in all dimensions. The soul manifests itself in different dimensions. The soul is the owner, the exalter, the expander, the protector, and the forgiver. By presenting its different attributes, the soul guides all beings to the right path of life, of love. Different manifestations are the results of the soul finding its balance with the environment. All beings have souls. They are equal in the essence. Since their souls are connected and unified, the soul brings all beings into peace with a bond of love, trust, understanding, compassion, and forgiving. The soul is a sovereign Lord. All souls position themselves by their unique strengths in the interaction with each other and the environment. Then the whole universe follows. The soul is abundant and self-sufficient. The soul opens itself to give unconditionally and embrace all. It expedites the prosperity of all dimensions. The soul gives birth to life, and through all experience, the soul gets elevated to recognize its gloriness and holiness. The elevation of the souls pushes forward the elevation of beings. The soul hides all treasure and wisdom inside itself. The way to find them is to give. The more one gives, the more one receives. The soul is powerful and able to achieve anything. Its supreme power can be reached with the faith. Human's conduct in the universe. All the resources are abundant in the universe and can be freely taken and used by all beings without going against other souls. There is no need to store or occupy the resources. Men cannot take more than they need. The excessive amount that is taken and refused to release will be eventually abused, which as a result brings damages to those men themselves. The motions are created by the intention of soul and its interaction with the environment, where the balance keeps the motion status, while the imbalance changes the status. The rewards comes from the pleasure of being balanced and bringing balance to other places in the universe. There is no mandatory work, but only service for all beings living in the universe. Men have the freedom of movement and can temporarily or permanently travel or stay in an area according to their wishes. Men do not need to exclusively occupy a fixed space to live in. The souls of men have no boundary, and they are connected all the time. The universe exists and operates in the structure of human and vice versa. Men in the universe can find the way to anywhere they want to go through the emotional directions as well as the soul connections. Men can feed themselves by opening up to the abundance of fields and matters of different strengths in the universe. No destruction for feeding is needed. The souls of men are immutably beautiful and correct. The illness is a result of imbalance in the emotion as well as physicality, and the treatment comes from the rebalance. The souls of men can freely choose to be rejected from their physicality in order to start another journey with or without new physical manifestation. The souls of men can manifest themselves in versatile forms according to the fields and matters available in the environment. As a result, the recognition of a man is not from the physicality appearance, but from the soul. The soul of man needs to interact with others as well as the environment in order to understand the existence and unlimited power of itself. Men are limited only by themselves. The unknown existing environment is not dangerous if men have understanding the strengths of their souls. Men share with the universal community their unique knowledge gained through their experiences of the success and mistakes on the planet Earth. Men speak from their souls without nothing intentionally hidden in the words. This brings comfort and peace to the souls of the men. The soul can freely choose its partner or partners, usually according to the field strengths of the souls, no matter where and when and who they are. Men learn from their experience with the guidance from the soul of enjoying the pleasure of being peaceful. The decisions should come from the soul instead of from the attachment to the physicality. The pleasure comes from satisfying the needs of loving and giving unconditionally.
Thank you, Chao. Benjamin, please, are you present? Hello, Benjamin?
We don't see him in the list there.
He's not present. Okay, we go to the next one, please. Pete? Pete is present. Sorry.
Yes, I'm ready. I just need to be... Okay, so, dear UC members, I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I see your beauty. I hear your need. I feel your feelings. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I salute that source in you. Every child needs to learn the lesson, and we embrace them with love, care, our wisdom and knowledge to guide them in the right direction, to elevate the soul of those who struggle to find peace in themselves, to elevate their understanding so they become true servants and true lovers. And I would like to acknowledge that the first part is the pre-famous Gandhi's prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Is Snap present, please? Can you see him in the list?
Yes, I do see him in the list. Snap, can you turn on your microphone to speak? Snap Jen? You can try to unmute. Let me try to unmute. That's not working.
Okay, we can always come back.
Okay.
Thank you. Paul Yatut, do you have a stable line, please?
Hello, Paul, are you there? You'll have to unmute your microphone since we're not hearing you.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Paul.
Hi. The sound is okay?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think we have the echo now.
Okay, I will read my part. Togo government have started also new social system for every tourist to get minimum of living income freely. Can you see how by which and will we can touch the law of our country without being politicians? Your power is so big. Don't let someone abuse. Sorry, one second. Don't let someone abuse the citizen of any nation on this planet. I'm looking closely the evolution and I can see the beauty of your soul. Please, if from now we, as one planet, one race, one nation, just sit and watching things happen to us like man without power we will be responsible for the soul in suffer. Let's end the suffer and anger in the world like you have done for Togo. In so we have changed our nation. Thanks for all. I will forward government decision for you to enjoy the work of your soul. I don't have the right word to express my happiness. I enjoy the soul. Creature shouldn't claim to be the owner of other soul in the universe. Children, animal, stone, land should never claim. All resource, material, and it should be immaterial, please. Material and immaterial should be put together to educate the beings in the way that the soul of beings will be the center power of the next generation. 80 to 95% of work of beings need to be oriented in the direction of work of soul of beings. All types of beings problems, life obstacle difficulty problem, have to become the type of exercise in the space and will call for solidarity and unity of beings to free the soul in capture. Beings should interact, cooperate to remove the problem, pain of those. Please, next page. The soul conduct needs to be taught at school, in family, and in the society for beings to teach their essence to carry the soul of the Creator. The eyes of the soul need to be used in every aspect of life before any decision or action is taken. The end of physicality life of any beings in the universe should be provided by the soul of all entities. Adoration, admiration, and respect for the field of the soul will be the new temple of the next generation. The principle of superiority, inferiority should be broken by the understanding of interaction and importance of cell, tissue, organ, micro, macro entities fields in the universe. The matter and the physicality of every entity or beings need the understanding of their nature and condition of their manifestation for beings to avoid abusing the life of other beings. Beings need to be in interaction every moment to release the feel of their nature, to confirm their existence, and to help other beings to confirm their existence. Entities and beings need to be in service for those entities, for them to admit the importance of the different life. Entities and beings need to replicate the condition of life of those entities. The teaching released by Mr. Keshe needed to become the tool of the new social structure base. Every entities and beings need to be educated in sensing the field forming the condition of his manifestation and his essence. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Caroline Pleder, please. Are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you.
Dear universal communities, thank you very much for giving us the possibility and the trust to write the charter. We are the light, we carry the light, we spread the light. We are the love, we carry the love, we spread the love. We are the peace, we carry the peace, we spread the peace. We are one with the Creator, we are one with the Source, we are one with the Essence. We are one with planet Earth, united in light, love, and peace. We work, live, and act for the highest benefit of all beings, creatures, and entities. We honor all beings, creatures, and entities on planet Earth and in the universe. We honor all animals, plants, and elements on planet Earth and in the universe. We honor the weak and strong, the big and small, the black and white, the young and old, the male and female, on planet Earth and in the universe. There is no difference between weak and strong, big and small, black and white, young and old, male and female. We are all the same. We are all of the same importance. We are all one. There is no better. There is no worse. No one is better. No one is worse. We are all the same. We are all of the same importance. We are all one. There is no separation. There is no exclusion. We are all the same.
Sorry about that. I pushed the wrong button at the wrong
Yeah,
time.
you were flying.
There is no better, there is no worse. No one is better, no one is worse. We are all the same. We are all of the same importance. We are all one. There is no separation. There is no exclusion. We are all the same. We are all of the same importance. We are all one. There is no imbalance. Everything is in balance. We contribute in keeping everything in balance. There is no disorder. Everything is in order. We contribute in keeping everything in order. There is nothing disgusting. Everything is full of beauty. We contribute in keeping everything beautifully. There is more between planet Earth and the universe than our eyes can see and our ears can hear. We always see clearly with our hearts. There is more than we need. We are always full of joy, happiness, felicity, harmony, beauty, strength, power, oneness, unity, peace, love, and light. There is constant self-improvement. We constantly work on ourselves to become better, to create better results, and to improve the quality of our work for the highest benefit of all beings, creatures, and entities. Thank you all. Light, love, and peace, Caroline. And if you like to, I can read this text also in German.
Thank you, Caroline.
So I go ahead in German or?
No, thank you.
Oh, no, okay.
Moshfak, are you present, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
The preparation as the essence can. To be of service and not ask to be served. To gain knowledge of the totality to beautify the way to serve. Example, learning, teaching, etc. To conduct properly, manifesting unity across all dimensions and strengths. Example, application of soul's attributes. To be present to serve wherever there is a need. Example, disaster situation, maintaining peace, elevating beings in conflict, etc. To seek higher strengths, to balance the weak. Examples, balancing in harmonious conduct, etc. The service as the essence manifests. To be a true human and lover of all lives in every dimension and strength, in every point in all the universes as the soul manifests itself. To harmonize all beings by bringing all in balance. Example, respect, freedom, equality, protection, etc. To give unconditionally to all beings. To forgive, but not to forget. Example, defensive shield, field isolation, etc. To elevate other souls, an essential part of every soul's journey. Every step in the journey, in turn, is to elevate one's own soul, to serve more by correct conduct through these elevation. The unity, as the essence is, to recognize every soul to be parts of one totality through service, to unite every being in peace as a custodian of this unity, to love everyone, a supreme expression of creators, forever completing the cycle by journeying through to the Creator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mosfeq. Marie, please. Are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you.
The soul of the man is created out of the fields of the earth, the sun, the parents, the whole totality. The purpose of the human soul is to be the seed of new life in the universe. The soul can provide us with food, shelter, transportation, and energy, anything you need. This is not magic, it's understanding the mutation of the fields of the universe. This makes man independent of others and able to exist anywhere in the universe. The main soul is located in the brain and is of the highest field strength and contains the spectrum of all the fields of the universe. It radiates like the sun through the span of the universe. But there is also a physicality soul, which is the sum of all souls, of all elements and cells in your body, and is located in the heart. The soul can be used as a spaceship by strengthening the physicality soul to the level of the soul in the brain. Using the emotions, man can travel the spans of the universe. Souls uses instant communication and travel through use of the gravitational magnetical fields of the universe in zero time. All souls are connected to each other and to the source where it all began. This is explained as the neutron dividing into a proton and an electron. This is the true way the universe expands. There are no judges in the universe. To elevate and to be able to join the universal community, one have to be transparent to his own soul and by giving unconditional to elevate other souls. Thus, are you the only one who can judge yourself? Can you scroll up, please? Thank you. To be able to enter the universal community and travel the universe, one must educate oneself. When the soul is mature, we are allowed to enter, and humanity will be recognized as men of knowledge and be the guardians and the teachers of the universe. One, I honor my soul as the creator and the true essence of creation. 2, I am a giver. My soul only takes what is freely given, which means I don't steal. 3, all souls are the same, but radiant different field strength. We are equal. 4, I'm here to serve, not to be served. This is the Keshe Foundation ethos, and the focus is on the giving. 5, I give unconditionally to elevate the souls of others by being loving and peaceful. 6, the attributes of the Creator is the attribute of my soul. 7, I elevate my soul by giving to receive so I can give more. This is elevation of own soul as the cup of life. 8. The field strength of my soul dictates my position in respect to other soul field strength. Means understanding my position to create the unity. 9. I am interacting with other souls to seek balance. The stronger always gives to the weaker. 10. I am part of creation and seeks back to the Creator, where it all starts over again. I am the beginning, I am the end. Universal Council can contribute to the elevation of souls of those who do wrong, which means rejected souls. Universal Council can elevate and bring back lost souls in the universe. The Universal Council is the bridge between humanity and the universal community. The Universal Council is the contact point for all human souls traveling in space, for souls in need of help. The Universal Council will facilitate meetings and contact with the universal community, both visitors and those already here. Can you scroll up, Rick? The Universal Council will decide how to share on Earth new technology offered by universal community by providing open source solutions that benefits all. I think that was the end of my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Quattara, please. Are you present?
Yes, I'm present. The greatest knowledge is that of one's own creator within and the source of that creator within and without. The enlightened know their souls and thus their creators. Seek your creator within you through elevation of your soul, where the source is manifest. The enlightened know that the soul of man and the soul of any other being is the seed of a new life in a new dimension, and thus there is no death. The enlightened know that the creator of their physical manifestation and everything they need is within them. Physical death is one kind of rebirth, but the enlightened do not have to physically die to be reborn. The enlightened give unconditionally and therefore receive unconditionally more than they give. Loving unconditionally is giving unconditionally. The creator of man and other beings is within the created and not in any house of worship or of sacrifice. The enlightened can meet all their needs individually and collectively. Thus, they have no need of currency, king, or religion. All universes are occupied by created beings. Some man sees with the eyes of physicality, and others man does not see. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Quattara.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I do not know if Ru is still present or not.
Yes, I am, Caroline.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. My contribution was is simple. We are one with the Creator, a piece of some love, light-filled conscience that by united to all other pieces, we make the universe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rui. Azar, are you present, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
On the charter of the soul in physicality on planet Earth.
Can you speak up, please? I can barely hear you, darling.
Can you hear me now?
It sounds better.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is Azar Boujan, Universal Council Farsi member. On the charter of the soul in physicality on planet Earth, children. 1. No child is without home. 2. We don't have to be biological parent to take care of a child. There is no such a thing as biological or non-biological. The child is created by Creator and parents are facilitated in love with their creation. 3. Any woman who is pregnant even before birth of a child, we make sure we prepare everything for the woman. 4. A woman who is pregnant will have all protection and all her needs has to be met. Nutritional value for the soul, the mind, and the physicality of both. All children will be 5. All children will be treated with unconditional love. There is no conditional love under any circumstances. 6. A child grows with the essence of her or his own soul, not the essence of the partner's soul, the parent's soul. 7. The parents only guiding what is already there, which is the child's own essence. 8. There is no child label, absolutely 0. 9. There is no gender difference in New Era. Boys and girls are created by the same Creator. So they are treated and welcomed equally. And I think that would be it. Thank you. Okay, number 10. Now with the present time, with the birth of each child, we have the opportunity to teach them the essential of peaceful life on planet Earth and in all other universes. Thank you.
Thank you, Azar. Jamila, are you present, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 99 attributes of God, the immeasurable gift offered to human beings, the 99 attributes of God. He gives us the key to the channels of connection with the soul. All names represent the different types of connection and the overall essence. At each name, the human being can relate to the soul according to his desire. Behind each name, there is a secret of use to heal, to comfort, to solve situations, etc. The soul offers everything that the human being can imagine and beyond. I continue. Is Ursula here?
Yes, please.
Okay. Here below, I want to share some opening explanation on the 99 attributes. Yes, the immeasurable gift offered to human being, the 99 major attributes. The 99 names are completed to be 100 by adding the first name, which is him, Hua, which forms uniqueness and totality. We also find elsewhere the same notion as Yod, Yam, and Om. When we go through them, we perceive the unique vibration of each door, which is connection, that opens up to us, and the magic of having everything. Indeed, by these names, the soul offers us to serve us unconditionally in any dimension. The soul offers everything that the human being can imagine and beyond. The 99 of God, he gives us the key to the channel of connection with the soul. All names represent the different types of connection and the overall essence. At each name, the human being can relate to the soul according to his desire. Behind each name, there is a secret of use to heal, to comfort, to solve situation. To complete the complete list of the 99 attributes, which their meaning is captured in the following table.
Thank you, Jamila.
You're welcome.
And thank you all for your contributions. Rick, will you scroll all the way slowly down? This is an overview of what the charter will carry on and go fully in public. And these are the 100 beauties or 99 beauties of God, as Jamila just. And then we have another contribution, because this will all be available to public. We just give us some time to load up that everything is in order. Thank you, Rick. We made sure these names are in full public domain, and Mr. Kesh will give the meaning why and the importance. Yeah, you can go down. Now we have the contribution from Jamila, Chachao, and Ursula, the 100 titles or descriptions or the beauties of Buddha. So you have, again, the full list. If you can go and scroll down, we have provided you with all the necessary links that you can go directly to the documents, so that will take a little bit time to go in place. Okay, you can go further down, please. And these are all the members of the council. Up till now, at this present time, this moment, these are the members representing the languages, as you can see. And Mr. Kesh will explain more about this. These are already the beautiful souls which have been working and contributing to finish this charter, to be able to bring it to you today as a gift to all. Can you scroll down, please? Then we have the addendum, which this section is intended to be for additional admins in the future as needed to guide and support humanity on Earth and beyond. So this will be adjusted, and we will explain in common time how we can do this all together. So there is room for, as everyone is maturing, to also mature the charter. These, you can stop here. give me 1 second, please. These are the initial thoughts of members of the council as reference. This is a very, very long list that is going into public to give you an idea over the months and weeks how the councils, the Earth Council, the core team have been in joint collaboration creating this beautiful charter. These parts have been received from everywhere. Some names you will recognize, some names are no longer there, but we have given you the opportunity to work transparent in a full public domain. So it is available as an additional and it will always be visible. And this gives you an idea how this came to life. Thank you, Rick. If you can go through it very fast to give people an idea. And then I will thank you all and all the teams. It is a beautiful charter and it's a beautiful gift. And I thank you all because I'm going to give the microphone to Mr. Kish. Thank you. I was representing the Dutch Universal Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Every member of the council and those who are present, the core team and the rest. There is a couple of points which I would like to explain while Rick is going through the pages. First of all, we made decisions on 2 platforms. As you know, division has come in the followers of any path of work, be it political, religious, or even thoughts. When you do not allow those who've been part of to be heard and their contribution to be listened to, or at least be shown. This is a correct conduct, and this is why I asked the councils to leave the traces behind, that no one in the future ever become a disciple and then writes what I wrote was not there. Everything is on, and the total decision has been made to what is above. In the future, even members of the council might go through these notes, says this should be there now because we are matured into it, or something has to move out because we have passed it. In this way, we stop any source of division and animosity and any kind of problems which might arises as it has in other ways in the past. It's a correct way, and I thank every member of the council who's been present, who has contributed to this. As we saw in the part, we saw 99 attributes of what they call the soul of the creator and the 100 names of Buddha. But in fact, these are all the attributes and name of the soul of the man. In reality, man is the creator. He is the creator of his own soul, and through his interaction leads to creation of new souls. So what we read is about us as the soul of the man. Read it. It's in different languages. It tells you everything that we saw, we thought is attribute, perfection, is within the soul of the man to be perfect, and is perfect. It's the filter where the emotion comes into it, which taints the name and the behavior. Al-Afa means he's a forgiver, and we all will see it, we like, I forgive you, I forgive you. So, simply for the first time, we have known our own attributes, and now we have written it down. What we thought is of the highest order, we see is of us. We are. The soul of the man is of the highest order, equal to all other souls. Now we understand more, and I thank you as what I call for all the work which is done. This is what we read in names, but it was brought out centuries ago by those who believed in the same path, but they could not tell the man that was the actual soul of the man. There is a message here which I would like to pass on. The human race has written its charter to become part of the Universal Council, as part of the Universal Community, and to be allowed to enter into the Universal Community upon completion of its charter. We welcome human race to Universal Community. Now that you have chosen the path of peace, we open the arm of unity and prosperity for human race and the planet. We welcome you to Universal Community on the basis that the soul of the man has matured to understand this dimension of his physicality. We welcome human race in the steps he has taken to start the entry into the Universal Community. We support you. We salute you. It's a glorious day for human race. Not because of what was written, but with what the soul of the man has accepted to be part of, to be peaceful and to become a member of the Universal Community.
Mr. Keshe, can you speak up or move your mic, please? It's really low.
In so many ways, we have been waiting a long time to welcome man into the family of the universe. And today you have achieved it. You will see rapid changes and the progress for entry of the man to be welcomed by the Universal Community. Thank you very much. Would you like to close this session, please?
Okay, Mr. Keshe, that was terrific. Thank you very much. I think we can play the video that we, the special video that Flint has put together. Is there, yes. Is that a good way to end this? And would you like to continue with the teaching after that, Mr. Keshe? Is that the idea?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
It was your wish to know more about the sound. If you want, we can do it next week.
Oh, no, Rick.
No, this week is fine if you're up for it and have the energy. I know that you are suffering from some illness now, so maybe you need a break. But on the other hand, maybe when your voice is rough, you need to talk about the voice. I'll leave it up to you after the workshop here, or after the video, and you can have your option. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll play it.
Lined up. Thank you, Flint.
Yep.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of them. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent His messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the fields, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve, become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Well, it was the same response. Wow. That was terrific. Thank you so much, Flint, for all that hard work.
Yes, you're welcome. I was happy to serve.
I think this should become the entry point on the Universal Council website, which is getting set up. And when you come, first thing you see the charter and the video, they all understand the level of it. If you look at it, if we were blind and just heard the voice, the terms of the voice in conjunction with the noise of the sight of the man, which we call vision, created each section a different emotion within us. And what's interesting is, maybe for the first time man understands that the voice of the man is the emotion of the man. And many times we said it's the emotion which is between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. When the soul feels it, the man speaks it, not necessarily in the voice of the box, but in the voice of the emotion of the brain of the man, which again itself has a strength of its own, which is a sound itself, to its interaction with the soul of the man, creates the fallout, which is the physical interaction or physical response of the man. When we see the earth and the sun interact with each other in their field, we see the daylight, we see creation of new matters. So is the emotion of the man in the dimension of physicality when it interacts with the soul of the man. The fallout is the physicality behavior of the man. So in so many ways, everything makes noise, everything has a music, everything is the creator of, is us who has to find the instrument to listen, to detect and hear that sound of interaction. We rub a hand, we hear what it is, what it does. We rub two steels on top of each other. The screeching noise gives us the same feeling. So now we understand that the emotion of the man comes and manifests itself through the sound of the man. But, as I said in the other teaching, the man has been very clever. Evolution is not just creating fingers. Evolution has been to adjust and create fingers which can play in the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man. And by playing that finger, what we call the pieces of the voice box of the man, we create what we call sound. So we understand in so many ways. For those who mature and understand, they can hear the voice of their own soul within the structure of their own brain. And then they can hear the emotion created. And then they can see in the interaction of it how they can make a music which leads to reaction of what we call the motion of physicality. Sound is part of the essence of manifestation. Sound, noise, music, we all choose different names for different bandwidth of its strength. But in fact, it's totally motion of the fields of matter in the matter condition, which in interaction with other matter conditions and even at given strength, with the strength of the soul of the man, creates noise, music. This is why we enjoy music. This is why we read poetry different than when we read a letter. Have you ever read a poetry? When you read a poem, you hear your voice changes. You don't read it as you're reading a letter. You don't read it as you're reading a newspaper. You try to read a newspaper article the way you read a poem and see, does it have the same effect? We have found peace, tranquility, and we have found salvation in the noise, what they call music. And in so many ways, in the universe, we only hear one thing, and that is music of the universe. Interaction of the fields of the universe as they rub against each other. The noises we hear in deep space when we travel is literally just rubbing of the hand, two hands against each other. But this time is the rubbing of the field strength of the different strength against each other. Those are of the higher order, they pass through. Those are of the similar strength, could be in gravitational or magnetical, but one goes in a vertical condition to the other, and the other one goes in different angle, different point of friction, creates that light. And if you understand, light is a sound, is a voice, it's a noise, then we understand universe creates music of itself. It's us who has denied it. It's us who cannot hear it. It's us, now that we have joined the universal community as of today, will start hearing it. It's the music of love, which is the giving. It's free in the space, take what you need. You cannot bank it, and you cannot Bitcoin it. You cannot put it in a safe that you might hold it. It's free and is equal to everyone to have. For everyone to enjoy the noise, the sound, the music of the universe. Those of you who will take it to space as of today and start planning, and you'll find out very soon, many of you say, wow, he said so. Then, when you go out to walk in the depth of the space, you learn the transformation of the transmutation of your elements. You hear the noise of the universe rubbing against the noise of your soul. Then you say, now we hear the music of the universe. It is so sweet that people who do not understand give their life for it, to find its source and its essence. And that noise, melody, whatever you call it, leads to the Creator. In every shape or form and every dimension. You never go wrong once you hear the noise, the music of the universe. Every time you forget in the space, remember the play of the game between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man, which led to the voice of the man. Cleverness of positioning it has been the cleverness of understanding there is a need to manifest what the physicality says to me, that with it I can react and I can show what I can do. We shout with laughter, our soul rises, we become joyful. We shout with cry, our soul diminishes in strength. We have always known how to manifest the essence of the feeling of our own soul through our voice. And we never understood. We just took it for granted. Now we understand how the soul of the man has played such a beautiful game with the man and leaves the man to speak. Those of us who do not speak does not mean that we don't have a soul either. All it means is that the voice box of the man has been positioned slightly in the wrong place. If you move it, you shall speak. Unless you have nothing to rub. And to the creation of the man, source of life of the man, there is always the voice box and always the reflection of the friction between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. In time to come, we'll find out that there is no dumb amongst us. And in time to come, we'll find out that there is no deaf amongst us. It's just that we did not have the instrument to be able to understand this interaction. The interaction between two fields. Because if man comes to understand and goes further, he can control the soul of physicality, position and strength in respect to the soul of the man, and make noise without any voice box in the universe. That's what we do, because when we detach from our physicality and we become the soul, how do you think you communicate with the others? From the interaction of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man itself. Many of you have had a dream, and you say, I had a dream and I saw this and that, and I spoke with this and that, and my mother told me this, and my uncle told me that, and then you don't stand still. They are physically not there. They left the physical body centuries ago, decades ago, or whatever. You should have understood That is the interaction of the soul of physicality with the soul of physicality of the mother or the sister, that in rubbing against each other creates the noise and the voice of the soul. And we recognize it, and we appreciate it, and we love it, or whatever we do with it, or puts fear amongst us. So in so many ways, we already know we do not need the physical dimension to be able to communicate, but we called it, I had a dream. My mother spoke to me. I saw my uncle and I saw my child, and this is the conversation I had with you. Because in that point, we don't use a voice box. We use the interaction of the soul of physicality, because it's all of the same strength. This brings us to one point that for us to understand, because in the time that now we start traveling the depth of the universe, there's a question mark for a lot of you who have not understood. How come that I can see my mother, my uncle, who passed away a long time ago, or they live in another part of the world? It's very simple. You see the soul of the physicality of the person, and not the person. And because you recognize, and each one has given the strength that even controls the eye color, then you say, I saw my mother had a red eye. I wonder what was wrong with her. We have become so good in translating the sounds of the rubbing of the noises, of the creation of motion, of the fields within the structure of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, that we have totally confused ourselves, because we are entangled in the, what I call, the dimension of the physical life. This is important for us, because today, as we have brought in to the final point and entry of the Universal Council and Universal Community, and with it we bring the humanity to join the Universal Community, now you have to understand every point, every interaction has a sound, and with it, that sound, according to what the strength it has a color too. What makes you to see a black man in your dreams, and what makes you to see a Chinese in your dreams, and what makes you to see a white man in your dreams? And how do you recognize it? You have no eyes. You have no voice box to talk. But in the process of existence, we have made colors according to, and in the information which we carry in our RNA, we associate with the mother, with the uncle or a brother. If you understand this, in the depth of the space of the universe, man knows how to get in touch with the planet Earth in time of trouble, or send a message instantaneously to the mother and the father who are back on earth. The sound of the emotion of the soul will be received at the strength of the soul, and then with the understanding of the strength of the soul of physicality, it will manifest itself as a physical dimension in the, what they call, RNA strength soul of the man which is left behind. We have to understand, we are entering a new dimension of existence, and for many of you does not exist, because it's you who have chosen for it not to be, that you find yourself safe in the imprisonment of this village of earth. I always remember, and I've said it before, I gave sight back to a girl at the age of 21. She said, I want to stay blind. It's a choice of freedom. It's us who chooses to be blind to what it serves us better that we get and achieve what we need. The same as that what we spoke last time. We choose not to hear the noise, the voice of the soul of the wheat or the meat we eat, because then it serves us to justify, I haven't heard it, I didn't know, because man have always had an excuse to do something and say, I didn't know, I didn't do it. It wasn't me, nobody told me. Now you know. Now maybe some of you who does not want to go through this process of being vegetarian, I don't want to eat animal, now becomes solitarian and only lives by the energy which the soul has in the universe. Then you don't eat any more vegetable and you do not eat any meat. But you learn that in the universal community you can absorb what you need when you need. But you come back to the same process again. The interaction of the fields which comes from the universe in the interaction with the strength of the soul of the body of the man, it tells the man, do I need this or you don't need this? I accept it because it's of the strength I need or not. It's very much you stand in front of the cooler or you stand in front of the heater. It's the same process. One takes energy, the other one gives energy. It's us who decide what to give and what to take. It's very strange. We have ignored the true essence of our own existence because it suited us to be ignorant for a time being. And the time of ignorance as of today is finished. Because to be able to join the universal community, conditions of it has been termed by the members of the Universal Council and the Earth Council in respect to the physicality on this planet. If we understand, we enter a new dimension where the voice of the soul's interaction will be heard, not the voice of the box of the man in the dimension of physicality of tissues. Interaction with the soul or with the interaction of the soul and physicality. How many times you have said, oh sorry, I've misspoken? Because in that point, the strength of the energy from the soul is much stronger than physicality, and the soul speaks its language. Speaks its language. Now, let's see how we can use this. How can we use the voice and the noise and the music to the benefit of man? Why do we prefer music? And doesn't matter where you come from this planet. We have always made noises that we call musics. We sing and dance to it and we call it music. And why even do we dance to the music? Does it confirm our existence, or does it confirm I need to be to confirm I'm existing? That through it I can go to the next step, maybe I can elevate my soul higher. When you do, I was explaining recently, when you do Alzheimer's, or you have somebody who suffers in your family and friend Alzheimer's, ask them one question. Can you sing me a song? Can you mimic a music you ever liked? And if they can go even repeating a short part of the music, it means you can get their memory back, which means through the strength of the noise of music, you invite the connection between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, which allows you to speak. And when you allow it to speak, or spoken, or in the way when you move, they feel the strength of the soul, of physicality, higher enough that it reaches the voice box, then the man remembers. That's how simple it is to reverse Alzheimer's. That's how easy it is to relieve the pain from the man, even from thousands of kilometers away. I don't send my body. I send a strength in my body, which is the wish to give. It's you to receive it when it arrives. And if you really need to receive it, you find salvation. Don't forget, when somebody doesn't want to speak, when somebody pretends to be forgiving and not wanting to speak, then you call them Alzheimer's. The same is with majority of the time with those who suffer from epileptic attack. Slightly different proposition, but in fact the same. When you create so much energy from interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, that in the confinement of the brain of the man cannot handle, and then it has to be released. It's like crashing a huge car into a very thin wall and creating a lot of noise and breaking a lot of things, and now the noise has to go, that energy has to dissipate, and then it cannot go through the spinal cord, which is where we send energies through, and then you call it epileptic attack. The sound, the interaction of the noises between the soul of the man and physicality of the man is the cause of some 80 to 90% of the diseases of the man, which manifests itself as psychosomatic. If you can tune the noise the right way in that part of the brain of the man, the emotion creates physical dimension. Then you understand, even for the first time, how the noises made by the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality leads to illnesses that the man has found no solution. It creates tablets for it, it does operation for it, and every other trick in the book, where all you need to do is create a condition that they feel the strength of the emotion of physicality, physical soul of the man, in interaction with the soul of the man, as the strength that the physical body can receive all of it. You can walk with any diseases. You can literally walk in with a body full of cancer, and then find a right strength that it connects the two together, make the right noise, and no cancer. You need to understand the dimension of the sound and noise and voice in the depth of universe, because many times you hear the voice of the soul, I'm contaminated. You have no one to tell. But in knowing that, through the voice of the man, you summon the strength which is needed to be exposed further, higher, lower through the soul, that in interaction with the soul of physicality absorbs the energy which can lead to a virus that kills. In a way, we become the feeder of ourselves through the sound and the noises that the environment makes with us, and we make between our soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Then you might have found the solution how to feed yourself. My wish is my command, and you see what happened. Put your hand out and say, I want to give everything which I don't need, that does not compromise my existence. Thou shalt not lie, and thou shalt not steal. And in giving, there's a need when it goes out, because something has to come back to replace it. You don't lose it. The thing is gone and you have to keep it, like the Jewish do. Because when you give it, it has to find a place, and when it finds this place, it sends a message, I need more, and in what comes out could be part of what you might need, but you don't give it out to receive it. But through the noise of the emotion, you decide what strength to release, that does not compromise your existence. And then in the process, as you give, you expose more, you get of the higher gravity, and then in giving, the cycle starts. You hold too little and you give most back. And this process is called the existence, unconditional existence in the universe. And this way you can last billions of years. So does the Creator through the same process. Now man has to understand what noise and voice is, and what noises means, and why even we love music. Because when you play music, it comes from interaction of the materials which are made as part of you, and then they have strength level, which is interaction with your physical dimension of the matter state of the soul, creates a noise. And that's why we enjoy music. That's why we create music. We create a vibration of the fields which with interaction with the field of the soul of the man, or the physicality of the man, creates the emotional reaction that with one music we laugh, and with the same instrument playing another noise we cry. So now we understand in so many ways, noise, sound, music is a path to the emotion of the man. And if man understands it, will be able to communicate with every creature in the universe, does not matter if he does not even speak the language. And now you understand why we even chose a universal language like this, and universal community like this. Because in interaction, they all have the same field of strength, and then that field of strength being converted in the voice of the man brings the strength of the same for the whole totality of the man. My wish is my command, because I wish, not a wish, I command that I want to release this, and in releasing, I might receive in what I need. That satisfies me. We understand so much, but the man is not ready, and gradually we're getting ready. Gradually, we're getting to the point that we can deliver the totality of the message. So now you understand why we have the noise and the sound, and what is the reason for it. Because through the same, we can absorb energies that we need for existence for a longer time, that it needs to be stored somewhere within the structure of the body of the man. Man should have understood up to now, when we explain about the vibration of the bone structure, that it leads to absorption of the lymph into the bone, that it then becomes a marrow and the confirmation of his existence. So now the skin of the man can be playing the tune, the same as did the bone strings brought the food into it, to be able to bring the food into the body of the man, the energy which man needs to do. Now start humming and see what hum, what brings you, and what you taste, what you see, what you feel. With the same humming, you absorb energies which are joyful, and then you smile. Strength which is painful, and you cry. And you say, this music makes me cry, because it's the field which you want to accept, that is the strength of the tears which is physically released by your eyes through the emotional dimension of the noise they receive, or the energy they receive. As I said, teachings are very short, but open up the whole Pandora box of the life. Can you make a dumb man to talk? Yes, you can. If you understand, you don't need to voice on his voice box, but you need to raise the level of one soul or the other. Reach the soul of physicality, or reach the soul of the man, that in interaction they create the noise that you call, the guy couldn't speak, now he speaks. I made him a machine, now he makes a cancer machine and he talks. That's all you've done. You have diverted the strength fields that creates through the interaction of the fields, that it turns to voice. If you understand these, as I said before, there shall be no deaf and dumb on this planet. And there shall not be any more. Because now, when we said, my wish is my command, now that we start teaching through MAGRAPH system, patches and everything else which you have been using, you'll find to create the strength that anybody can speak. But it has to be at the position that if the person wants to speak, don't forget, the soul of the man is the controller. I don't want to speak because if I do, then I have to face a lot. I prefer not to. Then you understand why in so many times the last word a man says is my God or mother, which all means the creator of me. I am becoming to join you without physicality. When the physical soul of the body of the man leaves the physicality of the man, as I've said many times before, in the rapid interaction trying to reach at the higher strength and become part of the soul of the man, it creates such a high pitched voice noise that makes the owl to cry. Then you understand even why we don't have the tools, but if we had the tools, we hear why even the owls cry when somebody passes. Because they hear the transformation and the separation of the physical soul of the man to the soul of the man, or to rejoin and reunion of the two. Think about it, and if you understood very short discussion of this afternoon or this morning, then you have found the path to how to feed yourself and how to survive in space. The sound, the music of the soul creates the condition of the physicality of the man. This is how you will manifest yourself in the dimensions when you want. Because now the emotion of wanting to be in such a position to have 10 legs and 20 foot, it creates a position that the interaction with the soul of the man releases such energy that it leads to your creation. Any of you can wish and it'll be created whatever you wish. As long as you understand what is the purpose and how it's done, you cannot take from the others. Any question?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. That's going to be helpful to get our heads around this whole topic of music and sound and so on. I have a question to start with. I'm not sure if there's any others. I don't
for you to have a question, Mr.
Well, yes. So we have sound, we have voice, we have musical instruments, and so on. And I have actually several questions, but one of them would be, are there sounds which are in effect objective that affect all souls, no matter where they are on this planet or perhaps anywhere in the universe? In other words, is there certain music of some sort that can elevate all souls that hear it?
Yes. You have to find it. The noise of the soul of the child's heart on the physical dimension with the soul of the child in interaction with the soul of the physicality of the mother, and the soul of the mother dictates the time of the birth. When the child cannot take any more, it doesn't get kicked out. It moves to find a new pasture that he can take what he needs because he needs more. And you call it the birth. I hope you understand. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Cash, it's Roy speaking from UC.
Yes.
Portuguese language. I had experience with, I made a course with communication, animal communication, with Anna Breitsbach. And one of my communications wasn't with the animal, so was with the stone. And I heard the voice and I saw image and was very acute communication. So my understanding is that the communications is through the soul and not through the brain. So can you explain how that works? Thank you.
Go back to the writing of Baha'u'llah Blessed Same. He said, even soul, stone has a soul. So, in fact, you have managed to reach that point that you hear the voice of the soul of a stone. Some of us can hear a bird, some of us can hear animals, and some of us hear our voice of the soul of our children or parents or friends. It's all the same. Now that you're aware of it, you understand it, you can communicate through the soul, and then if physicality once will manifest itself with a move. This is what I said always, as I keep on repeating. The guy sitting in front of me in Valletta, and he was looking at the cup to move, but he didn't know he can sit back and say, I give you what you need, your moving pleases me. And the cups will move if it's at the strength that he can reach the cup. It's so simple.
Yeah, my understanding, sorry.
Carry on.
My understanding, it's in during the communication, when we make communication with animals and beings, stones, whatever, trees, it happens so too. They are very glad, and in doing that, we elevate their soul as well. It's like they don't communicate like that with the same species, but with us, it's like they have elevate communication. Am I right with that?
Maybe you're wrong, maybe you're right, but it depends what we want to listen to. Depends what we want to listen to and what we have to listen to. We choose.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, today is the 1st of March, and those of you who are the believer of the path of the Baha'i religion, you start your fasting for 19 days. As you know, in the Baha'i religion, or the path of belief, there are 19 months of 19 days, and 5 days they call intercalendary days, which is 5 days before today. You're supposed to give and do all sorts of things, to be generous or whatever it comes to it, to understand everything else and meet and whatever greet. But from today, they start fasting for 19 days till the beginning, 21st of March, which is the beginning of the spring. And very strange is in the whole process, we have the same thing. The Jews fast, the Christians fast around this time, getting ready for Easter, and everybody else fasts in one form or another during the year. And we never ask, what does this fasting do to us? What noise does it make? Why do we put our physicality in such a position that in a way during the day when we are not fasting, the rest of the year we live, we don't have food, it doesn't matter. But the day we fast, the whole day and commotion goes around what I'm gonna eat, I'm not eating, I'm not gonna eat, I'm not eating, I better eat, I better make something ready. The minute the sun goes down or the minute something changes, I can move and eat. In a way, they say fasting is not to eat, but in a way man has made the noise of condition of feeling itself as fasting a condition for himself to hear his own weaknesses, connection between his physicality and the soul. You don't, those who fast, some they lose some weight, and what is that? Is a committing suicide for certain cells, because now they are there, they're gone. What do you do when you have a diet? It's the same. But do we listen to which cell volunteers to not to be there? I'm going, guys, he's not eating, so I better give my energy that he lives, but my cell is not matter. What do you think goes in the time when you don't eat it? Why do you go weak? Because other cells are doing the same. Or has the brain of the man, the soul of the man has made the parameters that at this parameter, whoever it is, means release your energy, I need it because nothing is coming in. So we know all the games, how to make noise and how to fast and the rest of it. And we know what the noises are. We just choose the time and the place and what it is. All is interaction of the fields, and any field interaction has a sound and a music and a noise. Then you got to understand why even they made these fastings, because all the basis of all the religions in the past is for man to confirm to himself he's weak and he can be controlled. It's the weakness of the man which creates those who know to abuse the man. Why should you suffer? Won't you understand the reason for fasting? Isn't it that you give unconditionally is there, or you just give the time not to eat and the whole day you run around preparing food for the night when you're gonna eat, and you eat like a pig till next day? What is the fasting? Nothing. You never learned about this, a teaching for your soul, not for anybody else. And then they punish you for yourself because you're weak. You accepted the weakness. As I said before, it's a very, we don't understand even our own cultures in so many ways, how much is hidden and how much with the noise is enforced. As I explained to you, I went to Iran to develop the Iranian space program. And my time coincided with the end of the fasting time of the Muslims, end of Ramadan. There was nothing when I went home, and the next day there was nothing but the streets and tables, people standing there collecting money. And I was surprised, why these people, what's going on? I asked the guy, what is going on? What are these? He says, these are the punishment for not fasting. So why should you pay punishment for what is being told that you fast to learn that you give from your physicality, the soul of physicality? They use the weakness of man in understanding the operation of his physicality or the soul to punish the man. And then you can control the man. And then different ways of it comes in different noise and voices with different things, as you see. Man has been punished for not understanding that his soul is in charge of everything. And those who understood this guy doesn't understand, so I punish it, I get what I need from it. As I said to the guy, where does all this money goes they're collecting? He says, nobody knows. What do you do when you go to the church and the guy says, you repent, put money in the box? Can you tell me where is the bank of the God that I can bank in it, that I'm paying you for? I work, I pay taxes. You work, you collect from me in the name of God. I want to see the bank of God. Doesn't matter what name you put on it. As I said to somebody from the Baha'i path of religion recently, they do nothing but collecting, building buildings. You tell them to give to somebody, there is no money for nobody. You see the same with everything else. The amount of money is put out to support, to help, is nothing compared to what is collected. When the process comes that is equal, as we said, look at the charter of the Keshe Foundation. Every penny goes back in and accountable. This is how it should be, because then you soul trust. I was recently in Accra and I said to Benjamin, we are not here to collect money. He said, we are paying this guy so much for doing this, setting up the factory, this and that. I said, Benjamin, listen my son, it's very simple. We have to pay very little, which you are happy, for the man who's a specialist and the same education as a guy in somewhere in America and Europe, not to have a life to live, that you collect money when you run the factory to pay somebody to educate. You should support the man who's there to hear the voice of his body, that the voice of his there. Pay him, but don't let him go too far out, but make him rich enough that encourages him to do good and more. What's the use of suffering those who building for us, that we one day will have the factory running and we support the nation and we give to the nation? It's in the charter of the Keshe Foundation, read it. 19% for education, 19% for educating man in the path of religion, that there is no God but the creator of the man, which is soul of himself. To teach that man, it takes 1/5 of the Keshe Foundation dilemma to unwind what has been put in the voice and noise to the soul of the man for centuries. You are weak, you have to pay, come on. You're stupid, we catch it. 19% goes for another person, 19% goes for something else, and 5% is given the balance for running the organization and no banking. Because there is no abuse, there is no sound of abuse. It's there, it sits, we do, we can. Everything we do is to support, to make the soul of the man independent. To make the soul of the man that cannot be abused in the space. Now that we have opened the door of the universe to man, please don't come back and say, I found a new guru. Any man who comes to you says he found something new, a new God in the space, bring him back in and lock him up till he becomes into his senses. Not physical lock up, but in a way tell him, look, you locked your brain, open up, see. He's doing this and this, you don't have a new prophet and don't have a new guru. Unlock out of the prison of his own thoughts, that he understand the voice of the universe. Imprison the stupidity in the man, that he realizes, not the physicality of the man. As it's in the writing, there shall be no prison, no killing. Because why? Have you ever heard when the soul of the man is forced to leave the physicality without the agreement between the soul, the physical soul, and what is left as a matter state soul of the man? You don't want to get it so harsh. Why should you commit yourself to such a crime? Those who use these apparatuses have to stop. We have to stop this process, because we don't hear the soul of the man. You know, a lot of you, about a lot of conditions nowadays, if they can't get you for what they want, they make you a terrorist. That's the easiest way. Nowadays, everybody is a terrorist except the terrorists who sit in the throne and do the job, to take what they want. But do you hear the soul of the man who runs from these positions? Do you hear the cry of the man who runs for these positions? Because now we have to hear, we have no choice. you think ever you'll have another man imprisoned in planet Zeus to come and rescue or to free or negotiate and see what is done wrong? He'll never do wrong because he sees everything according to the strength of his own soul. We've done everything and everything to stop ourselves from listening to the music, which is the fields which is radiates out of the soul of the man. In time, you will see something very strange. Where the field strength of the soul of the man radiates, it has some ambiguity in the noise. We'll see it very clearly. There is something wrong here. Fields are not the same as the others. And then when you find out it has a problem with the soul of its physicality, where it's blocking it to radiate properly. And the noise of it tells you what it is. In the soul level, there is no resonance because you never enter the matter condition. Because souls always find a parameter to flow amongst each other. What you call superconductors at room temperature, there is no friction. How come we are looking for it? We got it, but we don't accept it in the level of our own soul.
Mr. Keshe, that gets to a question that Paul had in the chat that I was going to ask, and that I also had, and others such as Mario that deal with music and sound and so on. And what you just mentioned, that there is no resonance with the plasma. And the question from Paul is it that beings are vibration, and vibration creates the sound? And
the friction of the fields which creates the sound. That's all it is. They accommodate. You are the master in this, Rick. Huh? How many magnets you put on the table? You see the other magnets move. So is the noise, though that's the voice, the same. They move, they accommodate. And in rubbing against each other, they make a noise.
There's this question, I guess, of what is vibration, what is resonance, what is frequency? You've mentioned before that there's no frequency as well.
In the plasma, there is no frequency. What is the frequency in the matter state of physics? Those who are knowledgeable can tell us. Frequency is the way we find to be able to pass within the gaps of the fields of the matter strength, magnetic gravitational field strength. That's all it is. Because matter is still is a magnetic field plasma. But in a condition by another, the environment decides what can go through. So you call it resonance, you call it the bandwidth, it's all the same. Finding a path of passage through, the rite of passage, you call it resonance. Because it has to move itself. It goes up when it goes to a limit energy path. It comes down trying to find that pathway to go through. So in waves you create a resonance or whatever you call it. It's a rite of passage. But you decide what passage is going to be, what the strength is going to be.
Hard. That's a tough one.
That's a very, very tough one. It's a very tough one. But if you're a nuclear physicist and you understand the work of the soul, that was the most appropriate way to answer. Don't forget, if everything's simple, then you lot don't come here to learn. I have to have a living count. And you never paid me for past 100 and 213 sessions, so I'm just closing your account.
Well, we keep coming back whether either of us get paid, it seems, so.
Yeah, we find a resonance somewhere.
Resonance. Well, that's the thing is there resonance? What is resonance then?
Resonance,
For example, think of music. We think that some music is harmonious and makes us, feel better. Other music might be disharmonious and sometimes deliberately so. But we can tell when something is off key or
It's
harsh.
off key to you, but it makes sense to another one, huh?
Well, it may in some dimensions, yes.
It does.
True.
Why some of us can listen to symphonic orchestras and the other ones run away from it like crazy? How many of you have bought it? I'm going to listen to what do you call it, opera.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a great example of the Chinese opera. In fact, if you're in China listening to Chinese opera, it's very nice. You like it. But to others might feel that it's harsh and that it reminds them too much of their homeland. So if you were an invader of China, you would be in there and reminded of your homeland and want to leave naturally. And so it's a way of that they developed to fend off invaders in a way at a certain point, to make sad music, and it made them think of their homeland, and away they go. And if it makes the local people think of their homeland, it just makes them more loyal than they already were.
I speak to Rui. Portuguese have a special song, literally makes you to cry. There's special music, Portuguese music, if I'm correct, that is so depressing, but it's so smoothing because I accept all the dimension of my souls. And it's very famous between Portuguese. And they do, it's very funny how we associate noises and the sounds with our emotion. I was in Greece once for business, and we were taken to a night for a dinner where they throw plates at people. They wouldn't throw any more plates because it was endangering the singer or whatever. They were throwing flowers, dry flowers, and then it was you could throw roses and you paid more for it. It was just a business. But what was interesting is that I noticed all the women were black. And I said to the lady who was with us, I said, excuse me, why do you wear all black? Oh, this shows grace and being pure and being respectful. I said, I don't see any white, I don't see any color, you're all black. Says this way it actually speaks about the problems of our emotion in what we want to say, but we can't redress it. And why do we do this? Because we want to pass a message on. This is the strength of our emotion. Queen Victoria did. She wore black all her life. She fell in love later in her life with another man. At a very old stage, very old ages of it. And it was kept from the view, and it was known. I heard about it some 20, 30 years ago. Within the royal family, there was such a thing. And now it's been a public partially. Now go and watch how a queen falls in love, hears the voice of love. They called Victoria and Abdullah. They found the diary of Abdullah, who Queen Victoria fell in love with. He was a Muslim, and she was the head of Church of England. Just watch the movie. It's a beautiful explanation that our heart can fall in love and receive the wave that tunes with our physicality anytime. She even learned Urdu. At late age, in her very late age, she fell in love with a young boy. And then everything he said, it was a music to her ear, because the love was more important than anything else. And what is interesting, when you watch this movie, watch something very interesting. A queen accepts a lover, because it's hidden in the show, in the movie, which if you just watch it as a movie, you don't grasp it, but watch it in the sequential, how women accept subordination, even a queen. When she says to him that, he says, I need to go back to where I came from because I have a wife. And you see the breakdown, you have a wife. Because she thought she found love to herself. And then he says, okay, because if he goes, he loses him. He says, go and bring the wife. Now at least I've got you with me. I accept another woman in the house, in the palace of England. Watch it. This, when I was told this years ago in the circle I used to work, some 1980s, I thought this is a joke they talk, but now they have found the diary of the guy in the past 5 to 10 years. They made a movie about it. And watch it. How much we compromise for what we call to confirm that we can give. And then look at it on the condition of the soul. I watched this movie and it's amazing what you can learn. Even the queens, the most powerful people, fall in love. And they give everything for it. And they accept every condition for it. The slavery to the emotion of man. Giving has no dimension and has no position. And once we learn we can give and it gets accepted, we give everything for it. In some religions they call it the martyr. They say if Queen Victoria would have stayed another 2-3 years alive, she would have denounced the Church of England and would have become a Muslim nation. She went that far falling in love with this man. She heard the voice, the noise of love. Watch it, maybe once as a movie, but watch it the second time in the interaction of the soul and behavior of it. It's made a movie, but it's from the script they found as a manual script of the man who the Queen fell in love with. Then you have Berlusconi as well. You've seen it. You can always fall in love with a young man. Anyway, it's not just exclusive young men or a woman.
Well, Mr. Keshe, we have several people with their hands up here. Are you open to some more questions?
I have a very bad cold. I try to. I'm really working hard to stay on.
Right.
I
Okay,
sat
well,
in the airport with a cool air on my back and I catch the cold.
oh yes, that's classic situation. It seems. Maybe need a warm.
On the air conditioning, you're walking on the air conditioning into the heat.
Yes. Perhaps Estella, you had your hand up and asked if you could ask a question. Let's see what you have to say and to see if Mr. Keshe can hang in for it. Let me allow you to talk. There you go.
Hello?
Yes, hi
Good
Estella.
morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. My question is regarding the plasma. During the classes, we express the plasma as in plan, like a two-dimensional expression is like a circle, a concentric rings of circles. From the center out, we express the field strength, being the strongest in the center and then weaker as you going out. In terms of the plasma and sound, and would it be the correct way to understand that the music or the sound, it will go like a wave in three-dimensional where it goes up and down from the center out and it will have a shape like a flame or something like that in terms of how sound get expressed in three-dimensional?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm not a sound specialist, but it's very interesting. If you stand in a position, it's very strange you can do it. A lot of people don't know they have this power. And you'll decide that I want people to look at me. Or I want to look at somebody in any direction and they find out I'm watching them. Even if they're back to them, they turn around and they look. I do that frequently to see how far I can cover the strength of my fields. Sometimes I do it 20 meters, 100 meters. And sometimes you watch to see how much you can influence. We can do it, but it's not directional. You can turn in any direction and get everybody looking at you. Or you see everybody that they turn around back and look at you, or all look at something, a point that you created an image of interaction. These are the things we have to learn. But coming from the way I come, these are part of the play.
Right.
So it's, I draw it like this because it's the easier way than drawing circle and circle and circles. But the fields penetrate equally from the center. The understanding of the plasma is very simple. Plasma has a heartbeat, where in the outer boundaries, the fields of the position of the interaction with the matter state have to balance off each other. And in balancing what comes and what goes out, creates a heartbeat which pulls equally but in a wavy shape from the center out the fields. This is how you trigger a plasma to release its energy. I do that quite well, especially when we used to make dynamic reactors with fire extinguishers, detectors. You can do that because then you can localize where you want to increase or decrease the plasma, which is exactly like brain of the man.
So, if for example, so if I direct with an intention my plasma field, and I'm like a little, let's say 360.
You are very big. Your field extends to the boundary of the universe. Why do you think you are little?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Because nobody told you, because then they can control you. There is no difference between the soul of the man and the sun. If you can see a sun from the edges of the universe, as they tell us, so you can see the soul of the man.
Interesting.
It's the truth. It's us who've been denied. We are feeble, we are weak, then they can abuse us. That's why we create gods and prophets that we can cling on, or we make what you call statues. Because we see ourselves as weak, but we are as strong as the sun in the depth of the universe. Why do you think people come and look for you and they fall in love with you, or they come and kick you out of nowhere? Because you radiate, you create that condition. I was sitting very recently somewhere, and the guy says to me, "Oh, I come from such a little village." I said, "Oh, I know your village. I used to live near your village." He said, "Such a little village, you've been there." I said, that's part of a very big city, huh? I used to work near you. And then he was very shocked that his little village, somebody has been there. I said, "It's you who decides you're part of, why didn't you say I'm from a bigger place like this?" Because we have always underestimated the power of our soul. Because that way they could control us. You don't understand. You don't understand. If you understand what we don't understand, we understand more than they do.
Well, that's the key element of value, that we are so underestimated our value of existence. If each other we cooperate, we can work together, right?
Value doesn't exist. It's us who put on it. When you're equal, yes, you have become the judge of yourself. We don't need to judge anything. This is strange how we use a vocabulary to confirm the suppression and what I call supervision and abuse, which is enforced on us. We confirm continuously. I listen to many people ask this and that, but it's very simple. It says, I accepted this limit of suppression and blah blah and blah blah. The priest said, I cannot do that. the priest said, or the mullah said, or my teacher said, I cannot do that. But the teacher does it himself. It's one of these ridiculous things which I hear, we hear nowadays in American schools. They want to put gun in the hand of the teachers. Can you imagine how many children aggravate the teachers, especially if you're in an English school, and the teacher just, now is one guy, every few months goes and kills a few. Every day there will be massacre in the schools, the way they tease the teachers and they teach, they force them. You put guns in the hand of the teachers and put them in the English structure, half of the classroom will be dead every day. Or they obey out of getting shot by fear. When you look at this talk about teachers carrying gun in the classroom, God forbid. What is next when the guy loses his temper, or he is a same capability as a guy becoming a, what do you call it, crazy as he is. And if he doesn't like it, student, he just pulls a gun out. It's the freedom. I use my First Amendment and the second and the third one. What I said, why do we even allow a gun to be manufactured, let alone allowing the suppression of it? We accept terms.
But
sorry, carry on.
The truth is, guns don't kill, emotions kill. It's almost like we need to reeducate everything to like know, you know, there is no need to go and get a gun if your emotions and your things are in a proper way.
Yes, exactly what it is. It's very strange. It is extremely strange if I tell you my view about a lot of things which are happening. It's not the guns they sell, it's the bank accounts which kill people.
Yeah, so I wouldn't ban guns, I would ban bad violence and emotions there.
I will ban the politicians and the guy who manufactures them. Go further up the ladder and then you'll understand. But they create a bogus enemy, and you have to create that bogus enemy to have it to do what you like to do. I was a young boy and I saw the violence in American blood, and it just brought a lot of things home with me. We used to have tenants coming back. There was a families, they didn't know where to put them. They were losing Vietnam War and they were shoving them all out into Iran. And then we had to pay the animals who were coming from Vietnam, coming with guns. They literally packed all their guns in and they put them on the helicopters, whatever, with their families. They dumped them in Iran, and we had to pay them double wages because they're in a violent nation. The animals who came as animals, now they're in the violent, we had to pay double. They were getting paid 1,000, Iranian government to pay another 1,000 to keep these violent people in. And what they did, across the house, my father used to let these houses to them, because it was a European standard 50 years ago. They wanted there to be there. A boy of 10, 11 shot a neighbor through the kitchen while she was washing dishes. And it shocked me. I said, because the lady was a friend of ours. And the justification was, we are in a violent country, we can do whatever we like. And we need the gun to protect ourselves. Do you know what was the sequence of it? As you know, the Muslims have a time that in the year where that time was a freedom. They could do beat themselves and whatever they do for the murder of or a martyrdom of one of their what you call religious grandsons of the Prophet. And these American guys came and understand what they are doing. What are they doing? They were interested now to understand. They pulled them in and they showed them the real violence. No American ever put a foot on the street again. Because they showed violence can be responded very violently back. And then that was, we were not, the shooting of a young woman in the kitchen was not violence. But getting beaten up for what you've done was violence. We have to learn, and then we can control our emotions.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the things which we go back to the establishment of Universal Council and Earth Council, now that it's fully established. If you thought that you established the council and that's it, you are far from reality. Your job is started. You sign yourself into work of peace from today. In the coming days, I told Caroline, let you sign it, let you confirm to it. Now that you published it, every single member of the council has signed to it themselves, the way it was done by the Earth Council. And then your work starts. You become the ambassadors of peace, and it's your job in your language in every corner of this planet to start promoting peace. Do not renounce violence, because don't waste your energy to fight, because in time it will change. And as you gather the souls of your language in being united, you will see changes. The changes will come. This is why we lost the English and the French member of the councils, because we cannot progress till we get everybody listening in the direction that those who were in charge and responsible for so much violence for centuries are not there to influence the other souls. It's the job of the rest of the members of the councils to guide those, and in a way adopt the English and the French speaking members of the council till a soul appears that he can serve the soul of these people. And your work starts from now. It's your job to sit down as a Earth Councils. You had enough discussions about how to write the words, now have to implement what you've written. The poor Spanish man in Africa to the rich Spanish man in Spain and America have to become aware of each other's condition. Because it's not black anymore, it's Spanish. It's not French anymore in one place. It's not a black, we all speak French and we all speak Dutch, we all speak whatever languages. The time starts. Your responsibility starts from today. Understanding, if you haven't managed to understand the strength of your soul, to gather strength from other members of the council to promote peace. Your job has started. Sorry to leave it so late to tell you, but in a way that's what you committed yourself. You talked about it, now you have to do it. And those of the Keshe Foundation supporters who follow any language, it's your responsibility to increase the forces for peace. No marching. March the souls, understand the strength of your souls, reach it out. As I said, I start to see how far my soul goes. Now you have received the position of Universal Council. See if you can reach the soul of the man who speaks Spanish in the South Pole or the North Pole as a researcher, to the poor man who speaks Spanish in the village in Spain, or the one who speaks Spanish in Mexico. It's your responsibility. And you have to work collectively to create a condition for peace that us can open the doors much wider to universal community that we see this mayhem of present time finishes. In the next few weeks you will see changes. Huge changes. We are getting there. We just need just a few more bits. And we create condition of peace. We are just on the verge of it. Because now the wish of the man, a few of you as members of the council, members of followers of the Keshe Foundation, will start reaching, receiving the energy of peace from those of the universal community. We needed the link to be able to receive it. And now it's established. It's very much as I said, you put your hand out. You have put your hand out to give out all the, what they call animosity and war in this planet. That it goes nowhere because there is no receiver for it in the universe. But as you create a condition, you receive the condition for peace. As I told you, I'm a very good master. I'll let you walk into it. And now you all have walked into it. You walked into peace. And you must be proud in what you have achieved and you're doing. And one point, no one needs to be higher than the other. It's your job. If you think you can write the world leaders, write to them, at the same time use your soul, they have a soul. You have to start a peace process that we can push on the other side. Supporting peace and peace process through the Universal Council and with the support of the Earth Council is the process that starts from today. You sign yourself into it, now you have to start acting on it. No more, I'm just a member of the council. If you cannot feel you can support peace, equality of all races, oneness of one nation, move out. Leave for those who have enough to give, or bring those of your language to give together. Giving free energy units does not create peace, it creates mayhem. But if you can change the soul of the man with the energy you carry, which now you received as a members of the Universal Council with everybody else around it, it's time to start working for peace. You have to do it, you have no choice. The music of peace sounds so good, and the fruit of peace is much better.
Good day, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
I don't have a big question, but it's only a small question. I would like to thank you to open up the Universe Council for us. And I have so many questions on that, but you already answered it. If I go run for it or walking in it, but I am as a gentleman, I will leave the door for Jamila, and I will say ladies first. I will be behind her if something happens. So I will support her in back.
We back each other, we have to do it. We have no choice. Those who have abused, have run a rampage for thousands of years, it's time for men of wisdom to move in. Enough is enough. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
I want to share a testimony where I was in a situation where it was kind of difficult, but because I keep my emotional body in peace and center like a vertical wave, and I was able to walk out like in peace, safe, and and then when that happened, I look back and I thought, oh my God, I can change the reality.
Yes,
And
but the thing is, you change yourself in understanding you are more in charge, you have more power to do it.
Right, but I stay in peace.
Of course,
and
we react.
And the vibration of the situation didn't took me. But that's what I'm saying, if like that communication of the soul to bring the peace.
Yes, you see, let me explain to you something. A lot of people don't know, but I've explained this a couple of times before in different part of teaching. I had a brain hemorrhage, a stroke at the age of 40 on a plane, for whatever reason. Actually, air hostesses watched me going through a brain hemorrhage. And the consequence of having a stroke at a young age is if you're very young, it happens in the bottom of your brain and you get paralysis and all sorts of things. In the middle ages, which is very rare at certain ages, 50s on we get it, 40s on we get it, but around 30s, late 30s is very unusual. It still happens. And one of the side effects of this is your brain goes through a motion of not having enough time, because it's subconscious, you don't see it. So you don't have time for the others to speak, and you speak before they do, because this time if the stroke comes, at least I have said my piece. And then this creates a condition that annoys a lot of people, and it needs a lot of self-control to do it. And it creates mayhem. But what creates mayhem with is, because we know we are not aware of it, And if you have a youngsters are amongst you, you see everything as a stupid because they're wasting their time. They don't know they can, like me, have a stroke and everything can finish. And then you battle a life two ways and nobody understands. Nobody understands stroke at the middle age because you have a crisis in two ways. When you find out, you can walk away from it. You can create a lot of controls for it. It creates mayhem in the life because you stand out and say, this is not me, what is happening? But in so many ways, the physical emotion takes over the fears of the soul. Of what about, if not, I'm not finished yet, I still have a lot to do. And it becomes overreaction. If you hear many times, especially when Rika speaks, I jump in, it's not something which you do deliberately, it's a consequence of a stroke. What they call premature stroke. And sometimes I'm learning more and more to stop, to be able to let people finish. I have all the time I achieved what I came here for to achieve. And if you listen to sometimes the teachings, you hear it, I jump in. It's not to be unpolite, it's just, if you read the history of a stroke, it's that way. And you find a way to walk away out of it. And it creates a mayhem in life. The people see that, how come you get so angry out of nowhere? Because you have to be all the time on top of it to understand this is a consequence of a stroke. Fear of not having enough time to achieve what you came here for. And then when you achieve it gradually in life, you change. You become more and more aware of it. In the way you see, you watch it, that this is not me, but it's happening. It creates mayhem. And in that process, you learn a lot about what different condition creates. It's amazing what it does to you. And in so many ways, they never teach you. But if you have a confidence of the soul, you can walk away from these things. And gradually, it takes a lot of self-control and in a way of understanding your soul is more powerful than your physicality, your soul of physicality. And in a way, working through the soul, not through the physical life. It's mayhem for people who go through a stroke at a young age. And as you said, you walk tall. This time I managed to control it, and it's there. It's not that you want to interfere. It's the condition that we have to learn. It's a challenge that we have to learn to be aware of our own conduct, and that awareness brings a lot of wisdom.
So that's a key element for us to really start to get the fluid communication with the field, get back our field strength in this matter state, is that communication and have a different interaction with the environment, because the environment is always stimulating in a way, so you're not at that peace level to be able to maintain
in a
your
way, why do we get stressed or angry? Is when the physical life does not match. The physicality does not match the dimension of life in different dimensions. When the strength of the soul does not translate itself to the strength of the soul of physicality and the physicality itself. Have you ever stood and say, what makes me angry? And what are the conditions of anger?
Yes.
Is it true when the physical condition of physical soul of physicality does not meet the strength of the soul, which is kind and equal, and you want to transfer it? It's a lot of wisdom. But I said to Caroline always, and I've said it before, we come to this planet to understand, to change, but you go at the same time through the physicality of the totality. You are subject to everything else which a physical life was, and what you learn from it, that then you can put it right, which counts. Otherwise, you become another one. In so many ways, being aware of the reality of life is very, very important. We can fool anybody, but we cannot fool ourselves. But once we understand why we get ourselves in these situations and analyze it, it takes 10 years, 20 years, you're not aware of it, till something hits you somewhere and everybody tells you whatever, and you say, I didn't know I walked this way. I've seen many people say, why do you do that? I said, I never knew. I take your video and I show them, says, why do I do this? I used to do this with a lot of people. A very good indication of the emotion of the man is the hand of the man. And one of the first thing I used to do with people who used to come and ask for help or whatever is I asked them to stand in front of me and just open their hands. And the way you open your hand and you see which finger is straightened, which hand is the palm of the hand bent in, your hands are half bent in, your thumb is facing inwards, is it straight or is it bending backwards, will give a lot of insight into the soul of the man and what soul gives and what the physicality through emotion absorbs. The soul of the man is the palm of the man. Is equal. It gives the energy. What comes to the palm and then it distributes itself. And then, sorry, I keep on shutting the thing up because I have to cough. And then you open. Then the fingers shows the total emotion of the man. It's what radiates from your soul. Is which finger, each finger in your hand has a strength in certain dimensions for part of your body. People suddenly push their hands open or suddenly push their thumbs out. Doesn't count. Just open your hand and then you can say everything about the man. You remember I told you about the mint where each tip is receiving and absorbing? So is the body of the man. Our finger it shows what we are giving, what we are taking. And how much we give. You see, your thumb is the shortest. If your thumb bends backwards and when you open it up, it means it's a giver and it gives us a very high level. With the shape of the thumb, you can tell who is what. And you see people who the thumb bends in, it means they need to hold on to. You see the last finger, the small finger bent in, you understand there is no security. Because it's the weakest and short compared to the others, so it just gives the weakest which is left over inside the palm. Looking at the palm of, if you look, I told you, even Caroline, in one of her teachings in Valletta, tried to explain, but she didn't understand what she's doing, but now you're mature, you can understand. When you put your hands together, you bring the energy of your soul together, soul of physicality. And when you radiate from your soul into this gap, it's the friction between the sun and the earth, and the friction creates light. And people say, oh, I can create light in between my hands. And if you can't understand why, see how the fingers position each other when you put it in. Understand the magnetic field in the northern equator and southern equator. How do they come into creating? Your top hand becomes the north. Trust that flexibility turn a little bit towards the other gives us the flexibility that created us, but because of this planet being twisted. We done that even before we knew it, but the soul is aware of the position. Creation of 4 seasons allow us to be angry, stressed, happy, and joyful, and everything else. When you rub your hand, as we said, the noise makes, you listen how people rub their hand, how people clap, the noises they make. Some of you clap with the flat of the hand, some of them clap with the palm of the hand. And then look at the structure of their behavior in their life. It gives you a lot of noise level understanding of the soul. It's exactly radiates out, it's the sun.
So all these things are important to know, because and then we really make it, how you call it, acknowledge, or I don't know, is it truth? Because I think somehow we know about these things, but we don't really give the right importance.
Subconsciously we know,
Yeah.
subconsciously we know all of it, but we decided because it suits us. Have you noticed why very tall people get married to very short people? Have you seen
No.
them? One is half of the size of the other.
Yeah.
Many, I've seen many. There is a survey years ago. I had the copies of it somewhere. It says 85% of the men who are shorter than their wives, they are unfaithful. They've done a survey, and then they always go out usually with a woman which is shorter than them, because they are usually, some of them are in a good position job. Everybody looks up to them, but in front of the wife, they have to look up to the wife physically. And then that brings some sort of psychological condition that they find another woman who's short. Some of the statistics, because when you work with the soul of the man, have to understand the condition of physicality, what soul has made somebody so short. And then I used to read a lot of researchers like this, and you gather, you understand. I used to read research papers 10, 20 a day, very rapidly, understanding concept behind it. And now one of the best research and papers for you, if you want to understand everything, goes to Google and just Google it. Wikipedia is one of your best, because it's 80%, maybe 70% is good, because scientists put things in and the other ones take it out, and then they pay people to take things out. What it suits the controlling system, I call it. And it's very, very interesting how we shape ourselves, how we stand, the way you stand. When somebody has got a fibromyalgia, if you stand up in front of you, you see the shoulders stand up 3 to 5 millimeters ahead of the chest. Position of protection. You know, when somebody hits you in the stomach, you protect. Because they've been abused, they're in that position ready to do, but the shape takes over. And somebody who's an abuser picks them up like nothing. That's why people walk from one failure relationship to another, because you marked yourself. And when you elevate their souls, they change the wife, they change the husband, because they don't want to stand. The body posture changes. The clothes don't fit anymore because they're shorter now, because they grow by about 2 centimeters. I asked them, have you changed your clothes recently? Everybody knew, yes, somehow I'm getting taller. But they don't see it's just the posture we have changed. We allow, and you have to look at the soul of the man, what conditions creates him physically. When you shake hand with people, you can tell everything about it. I shake hand with somebody, I can tell you everything. Even their emotional thinking, what they think, what they want to do, which finger they press.
Where do you learn that?
I brought it with me from where I come. I carry knowledge of universe, darling. But somehow you cannot teach all of it. But then you go and find how humans have done this, that you can go to and says, this is what it is. Because you always need somebody else has done it. We need, do you have a paper? Scientific? I said, yeah, go, is there. So now they accept, because somebody has spent their life, for me, is what is there that you want to need. When we submitted the first papers to people from Belgium, they came to see, I had 2, 3 tables full of papers stacked on top of each other to prove what I was saying is correct. And the guy read it and says, yes, he's discovered it, let's steal it and kill him. And then they made us everything else with it, because we fitted them the way they wanted to do what they wanted to do. Now it's a very beautiful policy. What you cannot steal, you make a terrorist. Nowadays, scientists who their technologies and sciences cannot be bought, they are made. Look at the list of the personal terrorists around the world. 80% of them are scientists or knowledgeable people. It has become a tool of abuse. You see, even there are scientists who they issue warrants for terrorists for them, because that way they can get them and silence them and steal their technology. The Forbidden Nation is full of it. We release documents for you to see it. How we moved from being a terrorist to scientists, and then they made another one up, which we see be challenging it. With the release documents, you will see the abuse. They want to carry on with abuse. Stealing is a course of life for these people. When we release documents, you will see it's how kangaroo system sits. They got used to abuse, and we allow them. Now somebody stands against them or up for his own right. We are keeping these papers for European Court of Justice. You will be amazed how one of the biggest scientists in the world, we made terrorists, and they're going to get it, they get something else to him. The courts will be surprised. Just because you carry the name of whatever abuser and you work on the system of companies which you set up to steal. We have never spoken about it, but we're getting to the court, you will see. And what the Americans and the Europeans told them is, get lost, we know what you're doing, it doesn't stick. You have to understand, we allow people to abuse us, but when you stand your position, you are. And then you can read the body language, you can read the motion language. When you shake hand with a man or a woman, you know what they want from you. By the look, you know, and you're 99% first instinct correct. When you stand in public, you see what it is. You feel danger by the emotion of it. And then we have built systems to protect ourselves. This is how we assess ourselves. This is the way we understand ourselves. We hear the noise of the soul. This is a very puzzling for a lot of people, how you know what is going on, because we hear the soul of the man. You don't need to be there. And when you are here to serve, they bring you in. It's just having a self-confidence to know that you're there to change, to bring the change for the better. When it's in your favor, you lost it. Whenever you are somewhere, you're there to change for the others to be better, you always win, because they carry you through. We always look at physicality, we have to look at the emotion of, or actually the motion of the fields of the souls of the others. Why do you think we are in the position we are? We receive so much blessing from so many of you that I don't really care about the physicality, because the souls are there, they just everything else. My job is to bring the condition which I've accepted to do, and then the rest is in your hands. Something falls off the sky, something has to be done, it's done the right time. Not a minute before, not a minute after. I'm here to serve, and I know my soul what it's got to do. It doesn't matter who comes with what money and where it sits, because at the end of the day, there is no money in the universe. And God didn't open a bank, and there are nothing in there. If money is a way to bring peace on this planet, and through it, those who have it, they will service it. Because it means their soul has reached the maturity as a time, I want to be part of it. Us as human beings have to understand, as it's on this, when you read them, what was there, detachment. I'm detached from everything, but I'm here attached to change what I came here to do. But I had to learn a lot about the man. This creature is an amazing creature. It's a chameleon, even with his own soul. We have to understand the operation of the soul. Then, in the universe, we'll survive according to the strength of our own soul, not depending on the others. Knowing that when it's needed, it'll be there. Now there's a time and need for peace, and we'll achieve it. You'll be amazed by every possible way. We got to understand why the space technology, we are pushing for a space technology this year. Do you know why? I'm not interested to take you into space because you can go with your soul. Because when the space technology is developed, in the way it is getting developed, a lot of your activity will do it. It means there'll be no borders. Anybody can go from America to Canada to South America to Africa, anywhere. And when enough people do it, borders goes. That's our commitment. It's not fighting anyone, it's delivering technology. Read what it says on the Keshe Foundation. Huh? Technology against peace. And the peace comes by delivering technology so rapidly. We do not talk what is happening behind and the way the governments are working with the Keshe Foundation, because what's the use doing it? We saw a bunch of mayhem terrorists did what they did. And then the process will come. We continuously embark on creating knowledge, that the knowledge brings peace, and nobody understands how I work. I'm changing things with knowledge. The more knowledgeable we become, now many people are on the verge of flight this year. I don't need to do anything. Remember something I've told you. Those of you who are English will tell you, you go back 20, 25 years ago. About 20 years ago, if you lived in England, on Sunday at 12 o'clock, they used to put chain around. You cannot buy alcohol and you cannot buy cooked meat. It was an order from 200 years ago and it was there. Shops could not be open on Sundays unless you had a special license. A couple of supermarkets, they said they're so huge and they opened, and the penalty was £250. The small shopkeeper can't pay. But a supermarket opening on Sunday was taking £1 million, £2 million. 250 was nothing. They're paying the officer of the court right in front on the Sunday morning. And then so many supermarkets found out that they can earn so much money, the competition is making money. They are not, they open on a Sunday and they pay the 250. It got to the point that the government changed the rules. You can open whenever you like. And it's the way we go. We create so much conditions, so much knowledge that patent does not count anymore. Energy consumption does not matter. Borders become irrelevant. And all these are steps towards a peace. You think I'm a fool to give such a knowledge worth trillions freely? To me has no value if I can't achieve peace. I set up a company which worth billions. For what reason? Because through its strength I can enforce peace. We are right in the right position to enforce peace. Just give me a few more days. Just a few more weeks and days, we achieve everything. And it's done because of you lot. You all have a wish and a soul for peace. And it's elevating the soul of humanity and all of us. And those, you just create a condition. You know, to win a battle, you got to disarm a lot of soldiers. You are doing the disarming with the souls you elevate without you knowing. We're just delivering the last, what I call, a strength shot to deliver it, and it's completed. Because we all believe in one thing, that's peace. Because we are fed up of fighting, even for food. We are fed up of fighting for heat. We are fed up of fighting for energy. We are fighting for, we are seeing so many people to be abused and go hungry to sleep, and we know what it means. So we are changing it, and we are there. They don't care anymore. If I tell you the things I see in the hand of governments, they don't care anymore. FDA is irrelevant in some of the countries who work with us. FDA is setting up standards for us. In a number of health authorities, regulatories are setting up, this is new, we have to go because it's there. Do you know why? Because their own children, their own wives, their own family, themselves have used it. So it has to be done. This year, when we push for a space technology, and I said we're going to do, because it's the only way that the borders go. It's like the supermarket. When everybody flies everywhere, what's the use? I said to somebody, I was standing in the queue, in the customs, and I said, do you know something? We are even lower than a dog. He said, what are you talking about? I said, you know, dogs cross borders. Do you see a passport on their tail? We have valued ourselves so much lower than the dog or animals that we have to worship the dog. They don't need the passport. Have you seen any of you, the geese flies from Canada into England? Have you seen anybody standing at the border giving tickets? This is my passport, I want to enter.
Oh, Mr. Keshe, there's a great video of an elephant crossing a border crossing, I think somewhere in India, and all the guards are there with their guns and everything, and this huge elephant just goes stomping through, sort of walks over the gate, goes up the road a couple of miles and comes back again later through the same border crossing, the same gate, goes around the gate and walks straight down the road. And it just made me realize that these, you know, it was like elephants without borders. They don't have borders. They don't recognize that there's this artificial line that the humans have. And the animals don't know about that at all.
We have created ourselves. We have put ourselves lower than the animals, and we call the animals, we are animals. We lost control of our soul. If the world governments realize now we understand the strength of our souls, and I can communicate with anybody which I like, because a lot of you will start doing, a lot of you will start learning to do it, would there be a censorship? Because they cannot reach my soul, the strength of my soul, when I talk to you and you feel what I am. Happened today, while these teachings and the section was going on. Flint, Vince and Caroline simultaneously put the same thing on the net to each other. I said, it's a strange. That's what it becomes. Now we start communicating, because the purpose was, if you were with Caroline and with Vince and with Rick and with Flint, these guys have not seen much sleep in past week, 2 weeks to get this thing out, because the soul says this peace is more than important than the soul. I stay in the background and I see them. Caroline gets 2-3 hours of sleep all the way 6 o'clock in the morning. I said, Caroline, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, all that on the line, we have to work, it's got to be finished. And she hasn't slept for 2 days, 3 days, she's just going. Where the energy comes, because it's the soul. Soul creates that energy. People tell me, why you do so much? How can you have that? Because the energy is not mine, it's the soul which wants to guarantee the peace. Borders does not matter how long I spend on the flight. What I get is irrelevant. How much I spend in the cars going from one place to another is irrelevant. Because the ultimate goal is peace. And ultimate goal is, when you have peace, you enter the dimensions which you called heaven. You enter dimensions which you always worshipped and you didn't know what it is, and it's so peaceful. It gives you a family which is waiting for man to enter. It's like, northern, southern Korea, the ones inside, they're aware of the one outside, or the outside one are aware of the inside, but they cannot go. That's exactly the position of man at this moment in the universe. You have encircled yourself as a Berlin in the what do you call it, in the whole continent. Nobody made a wall around you. Your own behavior has done that. And now we decided we change. Is that chip on that concrete wall, if any of you remember 1990s, when the Berlin Wall came down. A few risked to jump on the top and they could push it, they wouldn't shoot them because there were others that didn't want to start a war. Anyhow. Those there, they win. Always has been those who dare to put their souls for peace, they'll win the peace. Shall we call it a day? I didn't know.
Yes, absolutely. Please, thank you.
It's congratulations to all of you, members of the Universal Council. It's thanks to your soul. Physicality really doesn't cope sometimes. I thank this team, the core team. I said, when the time comes that there, and we've seen the core team working solid behind the Earth Council and the Universal Council to deliver. And now you understand where the core team comes in. When you need support, I was listening to Caroline, Flint, and Vince, and Rick, and others who were putting this thing through. And I said, don't they stand still to see where the core team works? These guys, they are there with their soul, committed to peace. Other core members do their own things in different ways. But if it wasn't because of the members of the core team, which is Vince and Rick, you would have seen this, what do you call it, article so beautifully presented. And then you have beautiful souls who come in the shape of our soul of Flint and the others to do it. You look across the world, look at most of the core team members that are there in solid way working day and night, because we committed something man does not understand. And when he said the core team is there to guide you when it's needed, you see it. Relentlessly are there to do their job. They are not there to enforce. They just sat there as God, you want this, you want that. And I listened to it and I said, Caroline doesn't see it, how beautifully it works. Without members of the core team, the 14 of them, nothing would have happened the way it's happened up to them. Every single one of them has committed their soul to peace and being the support there.
We are here to serve and not to be served.
This is what we gave our all to. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the Universal Council. Your job has started. Now start what you wrote. You have to act on it. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you again. Fantastic presentation overall, and I'm really happy for everyone for the way it worked out. And also just to mention that Flint was a major influence in pulling all of this together and actually doing the editing of the video and so on that occurred, and many of the other background tasks that go on as well, besides the other people that were mentioned. And of course, Caroline was there like a real trooper, and till she practically collapsed, I understand. And
can I have my wife back now?
For about 27 hours, I think, maybe, but I doubt that even.
Thank you very much.
We'll see. Thank you for all the work that you've dedicated your entire life, and all the efforts you make, Mr. Keshe. Thank you so much. Okay, that will wrap it up for the 213th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 1st, 2018.
Can we go out with the video, please?
Yes, I was just going to say we're going to play the slideshow again, and I find every time I listen to it, I see more things in it, and it's even more powerful. So we'll end with that video again. Thank you, Flint.
So Rick, so Mr. Keshe earned the 500 today, or more?
We got the piece. Today we achieved what we came here for. You will understand very soon.
Thank you a lot.
One wheel was missing and the wheel is in position. Mr. David Mann is welcome to Universal Community.
Today a joyful day. It's really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jalal, for that, and thank you, Flint, for taking it away.
Yes.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of it. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create a position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman. That's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine, irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but the star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.